suicide. Why cry when angels deserve to die?
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey. What's up? What's everybody doing here? What? Hi, my name's Alan. Thanks for being here. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there, too.
Hey, creepy hoods.
Mary Santora's out. Our friend Gab Cruz is going to join us shortly.
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
For a little bit today. She's got the Guardians game later on.
Well, she's got different things going on. She only does the weekend games now.
Oh, she does?
Yeah.
I thought she had a whole ass for them.
But, Connor, if you wouldn't mind going to the garage and grabbing her. I don't have your
Connor
number.
is who's screening our calls back there. She's pulling in now.
Yeah, she just parked.
Does he know what she looks like?
Everyone knows what she looks like. She's Gab.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if
I think
I don't
Connor
have
knows.
Connor dialed up. Okay. Well, then there you go, young man. Hey, if you'd like to join us, please do. In a variety of ways, you can join us on the phone. The number is 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. Is either of those phone numbers. You can send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com is where those will, you'll watch the show. You can leave us voicemails. You can drop messages on the iHeartRadio app. No shortage of ways to get a hold of us. Some of the young ladies from the Cavaliers came over a little earlier and were kind enough to drop off a playoff goodie bag for me.
Let me see.
And I haven't even looked in there yet to see what's
Let's
doing.
Reveal. Do an unboxing. We love an unboxing, right?
Heavy. I know it's heavy.
Yeah. All right,
see.
what'd you get?
Oh, it's oh, that's why it's heavy. It's got beer in it, Bill.
Ooh.
Look at this.
That's
Great Lakes Brewing Company, Easy Buckets Blonde.
Nice.
Right? How do you like that? You
Hold
want
it up a little more.
Split that one with me?
Sure.
Yeah. And the official craft beer of the Cleveland Cavaliers. I was reading the other day that Great Lakes Brewing Company still holds the title out of all of the breweries in Ohio. Great Lakes is still number one. Yep.
Top dog.
Numero uno. Yep. And then there's this. Come this back here. There's a little Cavs playoff koozie.
Now you got to hold these things up towards the camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
There you go.
Clear. It's a little Cavs.
Oh, a little pennant.
Yeah. Oh, thank you card.
All right. Yeah. Come on in.
All of my assistants.
Get in here, birthday
And
girl.
there she is. Hi, Gab.
Yeah.
I should give all you. Yeah, I should give you all this stuff, Bill. You know, the Cavs are my B team.
I will take it. I will gladly
You know what I mean?
take it.
You should have this stuff. You went to the game the other night.
I went to the game the other night. I'm sitting up in Loudville against the wall.
Yup.
Oh yeah.
You and Grandma.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll actually really appreciate it. She
Easy
doesn't drink the
Buckets
beer.
Blonde there, buddy.
She doesn't drink the beer, but she will enjoy the little pennant.
You know,
Sure.
Gab, everybody gives me stuff because it's my name on the wall. But, you know,
Wow.
Bill should have these things.
Yeah,
a little
well, I appreciate you passing it
discount
on.
drug mart Cavaliers
It's almost like
bag.
Late birthday gift for me because you didn't get me any cupcakes for my birthday.
No, I went and
got
bought Gab
Nicole
some
a-
cupcakes
that's
because
so
today's her
sweet, you
birthday.
guys.
Well, for you to come in on your birthday, I mean, I didn't know that it was your birthday. And welcome, hello, hi.
Well, I missed you guys.
I missed you
I
too.
felt like I swiped or just swiped by on the home opener, so I had to.
Well,
Yeah.
everybody was working that
You were
day.
busy.
Yeah. Bill,
But you're just working weekends most of the time, right?
yeah, just weekends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
you're
the home
not
opener was a special occasion.
Special occasion because it is our big,
Yeah.
big
You're
day.
not doing the game tonight.
No,
Oh, okay.
thank goodness.
Yeah.
Like, no offense, it's just a little cold, you guys.
Yeah, it is.
It's been so cold.
Yeah.
Birthday
I mean,
plans?
Birthday plans?
Yeah.
Not really. I don't know. I was gonna go out with my friends on Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my friend Allison's kind of driving the bus on that.
Is there a special man, perhaps, that might take you to dinner? Or
I don't know,
Lady,
maybe.
a special lady who might take you to
Who
dinner?
knows?
Or...
Oh, the dating game with
Who
Gab.
knows? Me is here for 2 minutes. So a special man in your life? Hanford does this to me too.
Gab Cruz is a media personality from Cleveland, Ohio, and behind these three doors, 3 men and women who want to meet her and have a good time and maybe take her out. Now listen, a woman never tells, and a gentleman never asks. But how old are you today?
Oh, I'm 32.
Hey! Oh, boy, I thought you were like 26 or something.
You
If
know?
people were to want to wish you a happy birthday, which Venmo-related app would you send them to?
You know what?
Venmo
Wait,
related.
this is great because Gabriella Cruz,
Yep.
Kreuz, you will be helping me fund my new show. So thank
Ooh,
you.
what's the new show?
It's called.
Is it on OnlyFans TV?
Actually, no. I don't know if I could be that lucrative on there, given my less than God-given assets.
Oh, seriously?
Like I feel like you got to have more than what I have to be super lucrative on there.
Well, I don't know what you have, so I'll take your
Okay.
word for it. But I mean,
You got
but,
those feet, though.
but here's the
Those
thing.
feet, though.
We were talking about your feet the other day.
But there's all kinds too. People are looking for all kinds of things on there.
That's true.
It's
That-
never just right down the middle of what
I
you
was
think.
telling Bill, I did have a video kind of blow up, and it was just me taking off boots.
Uh-huh.
Like I was taking off these boots I wore at the sports awards all night, so I had made it 5 hours in heels, walking all around doing hosting.
Yeah.
My friend Allison captured the moment of me, like we were all about to go to the after party. I was taking off my heeled boots, and I put on my Sorel like snow boots.
Yeah.
But it was funny because like I was in a dress, and it was just silly. It was just not an edited video,
Yeah.
nothing special.
Just raw video. Yeah.
Think of all the things we pour our hearts into
Right.
Yep.
that we think will be uplifting, entertaining content.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that just continues to blow up, and I never realized I didn't know feet people until I saw the comments.
Until they all introduced themselves to you at once. Yeah.
Guess how many people have saved this post so far?
Thousands.
At least 1,500, I think,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is wild. Anyway, happy birthday to me.
Hey, listen, congratulations, and you're so right. All of us are always putting things together, and we're so precious about the things that we're creating and all this, and some of us are writing, and some of us are doing, video things. But it's just the offhanded things that people love.
I had
because it's
socks on.
unfiltered.
Yeah.
Everything now is so prepared
That's true.
that when they see something that just feels like a slice of life, boy, they glom onto it.
I know it.
And it wasn't you filming yourself. It was
No, it
somebody
was
else
just-
filming you.
No, just my friend thought it was funny. Like, look at her.
I mean,
taking off
you
these
look
boots.
very relieved to get these boots
I
off.
know. Couldn't wait to get
So
the boots off.
it's-
My socks are on though.
Right,
I,
they're right. There's nothing even salacious about
I
this
thought
at all.
feet people were into like you got to see the real foot,
Yeah.
the foot.
Like I said, I think there's tiers. I think there are levels. Whatever you got going on, there's somebody who's ready to buy it. So, and what woman cannot identify with that feeling? Coming home,
Right.
whether you're wearing heels to work or you've gone to an event and you come home, and you're
That's the
squeezed
moment
into
of
some.
relief.
Oh God, you're squeezed into some pair of shoes.
Yep, just
Yeah.
one of them. But like you said, I mean, we'd put so much effort. Like I pulled an all-nighter this week just trying to edit this new Cruise in Cleveland is the name of the new show I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so slow working through Premiere. I'm relearning the program. So I pulled an all-nighter trying to teach myself how to edit in this program. And I just know, like, that's the thing I'll put out and it'll get 30 views. And then
Right.
the foot video is going to be my all-time
Yeah,
score.
it's gonna get 1 million, 2 million views. Yeah, well, I have like a video right now that's got 400,000 views, and it's just me talking about a store that's closed in Cleveland.
Okay. See?
And everybody, and just
How
a
do you
million.
predict? You
And
can't.
it's just a million people going, that used to be peaches. That used to be coconuts. And just so many comments. Like, and people are like, where is this? And it's just again and again and again, like the same questions and the same comments. But people have latched on them because the name of the store is Fell Off a Truck Discount Store. And I just thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
But it's been closed for a while. I just thought it was dumb. And then, like, that's
Now, did it take off on YouTube, Instagram? What was it?
YouTube and Instagram. And
Okay.
it did pretty good on TikTok, too.
Oh, okay.
But it's, like, really blown up on Instagram. Like 400,000 views of people, but it's all the same comments again and again. That was coconuts. That was peaches. Yeah,
That's funny.
There's a lot of people in Cleveland.
We'll
love
never know
Remember
the
Cleveland.
algorithm,
Yeah.
but
Well, when a show begins, each subsequent episode of a show, they'll tweak it and fine-tune it. Sometimes that's the writing. You might find that you're interspersing just quick cuts
Yeah.
in subsequent episodes, close-ups of your feet.
Yeah,
Oh,
smashing the gas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, stepping on the gas.
Walking down the street.
The
just
pedal cam.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the show concept is in my Jeep, so I've got these GoPros and stuff, and then we stop and do like an activity. I snagged George Niang for my first episode because I had to come out swinging with a personality.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, to your point, do I need to just get a tight shot of me getting in the car and it's like my shoe?
Yeah, probably.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that need
Maybe
to
some
be the
Especially-
teaser?
especially in
ZZ
this-
Top music underneath.
Especially in the summer when you're wearing some open-toed shoes. Oh, that'll get big views.
Oh,
Big
boy.
views, lady.
Who
Yep.
knew the foot?
Stinkier the better. Now, who is in this first? You said you got to get a big name. Who is it?
Yes, so with the playoffs around the corner, you'll be seeing George Niang tonight.
Okay.
Hopefully I can drop this episode tonight.
Now, I don't know who that is. Who is that?
So he is one of our bigs, comes off the bench, really big personality for the team. Super
Okay.
funny, super down to earth, and just a guy who gets John
Yeah.
out there to rev the team up.
Yeah.
And,
Yep.
he's not afraid to take a technical.
He's a fan favorite, and he's also one of the, and I mean this in a very, because he's not a mushy person, but compared to other NBA players, he looks a little thicker.
Oh,
Yeah.
And you know what? He leans into that.
Good.
Though. You know,
Good, 'cause
and
it's-
he makes self-deprecating jokes about it.
Yeah.
Like we were staging him like swatting the ball or whatever when I was trying to do a layup, and he was like, no, don't lob it. I can't jump that high. Like
Yeah.
he's just like, or I don't know if you knew, I have less than 10 dunks in my career. You know,
Yeah.
he's super honest about.
He's
the
a
fact
fun
that-
guy to have around.
Yeah, he's
He's a funny dude too, and
he's cool.
and he's a good player too.
Yeah,
He
yeah, to his
had a
credit.
great season with us.
He's been around for a while too. I mean, it's tough to play at a high level in any sport for that long. So.
Yeah, he's got like a Scalabrini body. You remember Brian Scalabrini?
I forget.
The
There's been so
Ginger
many.
Mamba or the
Yeah.
Red Mamba, whatever. he
Oh,
calls
yeah,
it.
right.
Yeah.
All right. Gab's sitting in for a bit. We're going to take a break here. Her new show, Gab Tries On Socks, is going to premiere very, very soon.
You're silly.
All right. You want to text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
Crowned Mr. Irrelevant. It's time for the 2024 NFL Draft, and iHeart is your home for the NFL Podcast Network. Get all the insights, mock drafts, and trade rumors with podcasts like Around the NFL and Move the Sticks. Open the free iHeart app and search NFL Draft for dozens of podcasts, playlists, and live stations to get you ready for the weekend's big event.
Let's go!
Listen to NFL podcasts on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search NFL to start listening.
All I know is this violates every canon of respectable broadcasting.
This is the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192 should be a text. Gab Cruz is sitting in today for a bit. And then who knows what'll happen. Off into the sunset. Cavs don't start up again until tomorrow night. That is going to be a 7 o'clock tip. Games 3 and 4 are down in Orlando at the Kia Center. Cavs, of course, up 2-0 in that series. Guardians get another win last night here at home against the Red Sox. It was a rainy game. I thought for sure they were going to call it, but they didn't. And I don't know if it took them an extra long time to play it. Were there rain delays during that game? I didn't really keep my.
I saw really. I think maybe like here and there, but I don't. I think they just played through it all.
Did you bring the dog
to work?
Bark in the park?
Oh no, not.
When was that?
My dog is not good with other dogs.
I think it was yesterday. Tuesday.
Oh really?
The
Bark in the
first
park.
Bark in the park. You could bring your dog
to the game.
Yeah.
Really?
I think it might have been a pregame thing.
Is that why downtown smelled like wet dog?
No, that's 'cause
from
white
like 5
people.
to 6. What's that?
Don't white people smell like wet dogs anyway?
Well, I mean, wet dogs really smell like wet dogs. But Bart, did they get a good turnout for
That would
that?
be something if the Yankees came in town and it was Bark in the park and we were just flinging dog poop at
Yankees
the
players.
outfield.
I mean,
Wow,
I
dog
wouldn't give
poop.
anyone any ideas. We
Yeah.
would never do that. Our family.
No.
Right, I was just
that
going
would
to
be
say
something
that.
in another place.
Yeah. So Guardians over the Red Sox 4-1 was the final yesterday. They will play them again tonight, and then the end of that series tomorrow afternoon, 6:10 tonight. We'll dip a couple minutes early. Red Sox, Guardians, not Bark in the park tonight. But isn't there a lot of cleanup for that? I mean, that's one of those things that boy looks great on paper, and they're like, oh, people are really going to enjoy this. Bring your dog to the ballpark.
Yeah, I know a lot of minor league teams do it. I'd be
Yeah.
interested to hear, since I didn't work last night, I'd be interested to hear how that cleanup went and everything. Because it's a great concept. People love their dogs.
People do love their dogs, and minor league teams need to get people's attention in any way they possibly can, right? Guardians are, of course, the best team in Major League Baseball, so they don't have to worry about it. But my White Sox, I was reading this morning, I was reading the Chicago Tribune online, and they were talking about how the White Sox are a historically bad team. They're not just bad. Right now, they're the worst team in baseball. They've only, I think, won 3 games. And that they are an historically bad baseball team. Like they're breaking records that have held for 30 years, these guys. And they've got the worst 21-game start in team history. So people here, embrace your Cleveland Guardians. You know, I'm sure there's still a few holdouts who are still rumbling and mumbling and grumbling about the name change. But boy, all's forgiven when those guys are killing it out there. And they really are. So maybe pour one out for us White Sox fans. Fortunately, speaking of which, we have the 9th most expensive beer in Major League Baseball. So that's great too. Attendance is down. Beer prices are up. It'll cost you a lot to get wrecked at a home game. And that's really what everybody wants, right? Today was the first game in American League history, 1901.
I didn't know that. My dad told me that.
Uh-huh. It was between the Cleveland Blues and the Chicago White Stockings. What happened to them? So Cleveland and Chicago playing the very first AL game today. Now, does your dad call you and tell you this? Does he, how does your dad tell you this? Why does your dad tell you this? It really is a dad fact. And that's why I threw it out there.
It is such a dad fact. He called me and said, do you know what today is? Obviously, my birthday. I was like, Kelly Clarkson's birthday.
Kelly Clarkson.
And then he laid that fact on me. And I got to be honest, I was distracted when he told me. But he was like, check out all the innuendos. First game, They were called the Blues. I have a dog named Blues.
Okay.
And Cleveland baseball.
Okay.
And your birthday.
Yeah.
It's like, that's awesome.
Uh-huh.
Wait.
What did he
all
mean
these
by innuendos?
Yeah.
What did he mean by that?
Just.
You mean coincidences?
Yes, coincidences.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I thought your dad was getting weird on a phone call with you.
What do you know? What's the word I'm looking for? You know what I mean?
Just like the random tie-ins, or
random tie-ins. We need a better one. Tie-ins is, I guess, tie-ins.
I mean, coincidences.
Coincidence is
fine. All of the.
And Mary would call it fate.
Yes.
Kismet.
Yeah. Look at all the coincidences. That's good.
Yeah.
Was that John Cusack movie?
Where Kate Beckinsale, Serendipity?
Yeah.
How serendipitous.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but that kind of implies luck, right? Isn't there a luck element to serendipity? Like, we're talking about
People
coincidences.
have corrected me on using serendipitous wrong. I don't think
You definitely were using
I still don't
innuendo
think
wrong.
Who were these people that corrected you on serendipity?
I forget. Somebody in the office once corrected me. I thought serendipitous, really did mean like all the stars aligned for
Well, it's like a
something.
happy accident. I mean, serendipity, right?
So it must, but maybe the way I was using it didn't imply the accident
Okay.
part of it.
Maybe you were trying to keep everybody safe. You didn't want there to be an accident involved. Yeah.
Serendipity. It's the coolest word ever.
Somebody threw out neophytes serendipity one time, which just is a fancy way of saying beginner's luck. But I was like, why don't you just say beginner's luck? And then I realized I was talking to a mirror. So, John Cusack, Kate Beckinsale, right? For people who want...
It's funny. I've never even seen that movie. I just know the title.
Yeah, Serendipity. If you want a long-lost, we're talking 2000, 2001, you want a long-lost, just random, undervalued rom-com, it's one of those. You know, by the way, that it's an old movie because John Cusack was still getting cast in romantic roles, right? He was coming off High Fidelity. He was still like the guy for a minute. And he doesn't do that anymore. Now he's like a grizzled old hitman who's out in the... John Cusack is kind of relegated to a lot of like, like you only see them on Tubi. Or you'll see his movies on Roku or something like that, which is fine too. People got to work. I got money for you. I buried the lead. 30 past every hour. I got this money courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. It's a chance for you to grab $1,000. You're going to get 4 of these this afternoon here, but you get about 13 every day. So don't miss them, and I hope you win the money. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
There is a place, we've talked about this, our own Mary Santora has a shellfish allergy. You have allergies? You know, I got you those cupcakes, but as I'm walking out with them, I was like, oh God, I don't know if she's allergic to gluten or coconut or...
No.
One of them is just plain vanilla.
I love the red velvet. These are beautiful.
One of them is the red velvet one might be like an Oreo something.
I see that.
Red velvet Oreo.
Do you know what this one is?
One of them is that is a chocolate toasted coconut.
Wow. Ooh, that sounds real good.
And then I got what's the fourth one? I got
this pink one.
Oh yeah, that's just a strawberry cream.
Nice.
So I don't know what you like. I thought it'd be nice to.
Was that innuendo?
Wow.
That was. But I was like, oh God, I don't know if she's allergic to anything, right? I don't know if she's allergic to coconut. Maybe I don't know.
That's our next viral clip. We got the foot one, and then me just like blows up.
Yeah, just
breaking out in hives from the happy birthday cupcakes. Yeah.
By the way, I like your haircut.
Oh, thanks.
That was a quick turnaround. What was the inspiration?
I'm hosting a thing at Playhouse Square tomorrow night.
Okay.
And I didn't want to look homeless.
Sure.
And so I was like, let's just cut it. Who cares, right? It'll grow.
You looked on the high end of homeless, though, before.
The high end of homeless?
You definitely looked like.
Well, I got to finally have a title for my autobiography.
High end of homeless.
Fantastic. Yeah. I mean, if I want to grow it out, yeah, again, I will. There's a place in Ohio City. I got into this allergy thing because we've talked about eating bugs and how that is for better or worse in a world ravaged by a changing climate and with the scarcity of food as it's produced now over the next few decades, century, whatever that is, that more and more places are incorporating insects into their food. And if you've ever had them, you know, if
you've been banging this drum for a while.
Well, I have. I mean, listen, you know, back when we were all kids, no matter how old you were, you could get like, oh, chocolate-covered bugs or whatever, and it was kind of a novelty thing. But there are more and more places that are incorporating these, and there is a restaurant in Ohio City, my old stomping grounds. We lived there for many years. And they are serving fried mango habanero grasshoppers.
I think I'd do it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because if you're not really going to know what you're eating. I mean, you're going to know, but if you put enough stuff on it and fry it and marinate it, who cares, man? This is what I'm saying. We got to get our heads around this because this is the way it's going. So why not?
What's the weirdest textured thing that you've eaten?
Grilled cheese.
Really?
He's the worst.
I really
He's
thought
the
about
worst.
I don't like a lot of foods that a lot of other people like, and that's fine. I don't think it makes me strange.
Is
Other
it the
people think
cheese? Okay.
I don't.
But you eat pizza, and it's a very similar texture.
And unbelievably, I like cold pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every time I eat a piece of cold pizza,
That makes sense to me. The texture is different than the gooey cheese.
right? But I don't like cold, greasy stuff. You know, every time I have a piece of cold pizza, I go, God, this is so good, and I should not like this at all. You know, no, the weirdest thing I've ever eaten.
Yeah, like from a texture standpoint, or.
Well, I've eaten, you know, bug dishes and things like that. Yeah.
And still, grilled
squirrel
cheese is
stew and snake. That's not even. But these kinds of things, I don't know what constitutes weird anymore because, you know.
Hang on, we can't just gloss over this. Are you saying grilled cheese is harder for you to eat than bugs?
Well, I mean.
Yes, he's saying that. He's saying that. He means it. He needs to be studied, like Leslie was saying yesterday. One of our customers called in and said she needs to study Alan in a jar.
I think her words were she wanted to put me in a jar and study me.
Oh, man.
Well, only because I don't.
You put the insects in a jar first. And
Yeah.
You guys can be right next to each other.
Right, yeah.
There are fundamental ingredients in a lot of very popular foods that I'm not necessarily down with. I don't like butters and gravies and creams and things like that. So,
okay.
And that's fine. You know, other people can enjoy. I think of it as that's more for you.
Yeah.
I'm not using it. That's more grilled cheese for you. More,
I would say the worst, like oysters, are a texture that I'm not a fan of.
I was just about to
because it's one of those things where they're like, you just let it slide down your throat. I'm like,
you don't like the
in
sliminess
that
of it?
case, I'd rather just not. Like I don't want something that like you don't chew it. You just it's just a booger going down your throat.
No, it's more than that. As an oyster connoisseur, I love these things.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to be on my side.
No, I actually hate when people I think it's a waste. I go to Boston and I like to pay good money.
Yeah.
And
you chase it with a beer or a Coke, or what do you do?
People just slide it down, and I don't like that. I'm like, no.
What do you do?
I like to chew it. I like
you
to
chew them.
I do.
Yeah.
See,
and if that makes me a psychopath, then be it.
I thought that was the thing you were supposed to do, was like let it slide down. I didn't know you were supposed to.
I don't get why people do that. It's
I don't
so
know.
weird.
I don't want to chew it either. I don't like it.
You could literally just take something else to do it.
Right.
I don't know.
And then like people do you put Tabasco sauce on it?
I like
or not really.
Horseradish.
Horseradish. Okay.
You know, concoction.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
even
just
still,
like
even just a little lemon, I think it's good.
Yeah.
Oysters are one of those things where I wouldn't order, but if somebody's like, "Do you want an oyster?" I'd say, "Yeah, of course, absolutely." You know, chase it with a beer or something. That's pretty tasty. At least that's how I was taught to do it.
Yeah.
A long time ago. But I've never heard anyone refer to themselves as a connoisseur.
I love them.
Yeah.
I think that I could honestly eat them all day.
Oysters all day.
Yeah.
You know what they say about oysters too.
But this is going to be an innuendo.
I do know.
That's going to be direct. They're an aphrodisiac, right?
Supposedly.
I get crazy.
I was going to ask, is this why you eat them so is it frequently that you eat them, or you said if you could eat them every day you would, but obviously you're not.
Yeah, no, I don't eat them every day. Well, it's tough because I just love seafood in general.
Mm-hmm.
I think oysters is up there with lobster for me. And
I love most seafood, but oysters are just one that has never. And maybe I should chew them. Maybe I'll chew them.
Try
and
a chewed one.
Try chew. I'm not gonna have somebody else chew it. I'm not gonna try a chewed one. I'll try chewing one myself.
Yeah, you should try.
He is a food taster to make sure that nobody's messing around with his dishes. Like I don't care for scallops. They don't taste like anything. Now my wife loves them, but they don't taste like anything to me.
I
so
did
I don't
once
care,
make the mistake of having, because I love scallops so much, I went and had sushi in California, and I ordered a ton, and I ordered scallop as a sushi, like raw.
Oh.
Okay.
Not fun.
No,
Almost
I don't know
vomited.
if I would like that.
It was too weird. It didn't taste right, and it was bad. And I know it was the best of the best because it was in California. It was supposedly supposed to be good. And
Now, with oysters widely known, like Bill said, as an aphrodisiac, when you have them, do you have to pick a day where you're okay feeling horny? Like, you can't just willy-nilly have oysters. You've got to be like, okay, today's a day. I don't have anything else going on. It's okay if these make me horny.
I don't know if it has that impact on me, or maybe I'm just a perpetually 24/7 horny person. I don't know.
That's what it is.
I think I'm healthy functioning, but I wouldn't say that I've eaten enough. I haven't reached the threshold.
They have the opposite effect on you. You're like, I just need to take a nap. I don't care.
I just don't know that
Maybe
I've
when you
ever
chew them, they don't make you horny.
glaringly noticed that, you know.
I think it also is completely made up.
It's an old wives' tale, sure.
It's gotta be, because think about it. I don't know.
Well,
because you can eat like 10 of them really quick.
But also, you know, depending on where you are in the world, they're like, oh, chocolate's an aphrodisiac and certain herbs and eat almonds.
Or a white rhino's horn.
Yeah. I think Big Oyster and Big Almond. I think the Blue Diamond people were out there foisting the almond aphrodisiac thing. You tell anybody that anything, I mean, you know, we're joking, but also not. The white rhino horn. I mean, you know, they're killing entire species because they're like, oh, we got to make these into boner pills, you know, around the world because they've told people that that's what these things do.
Now, this is educational for me. I didn't know that's why they were harvesting them.
Well, for a variety of things, but, you know, if they're like,
supposedly that's one of them.
Yeah, it's one of them, yeah. I mean, it's obviously very, very valuable otherwise. But they're like, ooh, this has got rhino horn in it. And they go, ooh, that sounds good.
That horny goat weed.
Yeah, horny goat weed. Yeah. But oysters. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know.
What was it for you, Bill? What was the weirdest textured item you ate?
I mean, I've just eaten some weird items because I lived in the Philippines. So I ate like dog. Balut was really weird.
Balut?
Because it is a partially formed chicken. So it's like a fertilized chicken egg.
Okay.
They let it go like 20 days. And so you're biting into it, and it's bones, but they're soft. So that would probably be the weirdest for sure.
Oh.
Because it's like almost like an egg. It's almost like a chicken.
Yeah.
But it's neither.
Oh, God, I saw them prepare that on some, like, travel cooking thing a while ago. And I was like, oh, my God.
That's like one of those things
it's
where
super popular.
They would, if you were a white person eating that in the Philippines, they're like waiting for you to freak out. And I just like popped it in and ate it. And they're like, oh, Filipino cha. Like,
you
they're
got
like,
initiated.
yeah,
on
they're
the
like,
spot.
oh, they're like, you're one of us. We love you. And I was like, yeah.
See, this person texting me says that they despise cheese and they would rather eat bugs than any kind of cheese. So that's, you know, there's just all kinds of different things, you know.
Cheese is so good.
Cheese is good.
But I think, you know, they always say you eat with your eyes. So
yeah,
texture really comes down to what it looks like. So I've eaten things that are probably very similar to that balut, but it's just seeing the little feathers on it and everything. Like that's part of it that like you're not even tasting them. You're not even really feeling them.
Right.
But you know they're there.
That's why I would have to not know what something is. I think I could comfortably stomach anything crazy.
Yeah.
Unless you told me what it was.
Right, and then it gets weird.
Yeah. One time I accidentally drank moldy water.
What is moldy water?
That's what happens when you just keep refilling the Brita pitcher.
I'll tell you a science experiment that I didn't realize I accidentally made.
Okay.
So I put a little lemon into my water canister I used for the gym.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not kidding. Like 3 days only passed.
Yeah.
Only like 3 days. But the lid or the top was on. And I woke up one morning and I was parched. Reached for in my gym bag, just grabbed that because I knew I had lemon water in it. Started chugging it. And then I was like, after the fact, I was like, that tasted weird. And to this day, I don't really know if it was seeing it after the fact or if it really did anything to me.
The green mold, the
but
fuzz
I saw
on the
it,
lemon.
and then I just started puking.
Yeah, that's
so the lemon got nasty.
It had to be the lemon. It was because water sitting for 3 days couldn't have done all that.
No, I was going to say, that's why I laughed. I was
all
like,
the bacteria on the
water
lemon
sitting
and,
there.
Yeah, I imagine.
That was one way to start a morning.
Alan, that rhino horn thing is real. That's where the word horny originated. See, that sounds like an old wives' tale, too. That sounds a little too convenient.
I can see that where the word originated, but I don't know if it actually made people. I feel like, if that were the case, they would be trying to replicate the ingredients in that and making that to sell as boner pills.
Now I feel bad. Instead of those cupcakes, we should have gotten Gab some balut.
Some oysters.
Duck egg or whatever. Okay. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You can drop messages if you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, or you can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
And now, a Buzzard Bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Oh, boy, you want to go see A Day to Remember, right? A Day to Remember is on the road and coming to Cleveland. And you can be there. You're a fan. The least anticipated album tour is what they're calling it, with special guests. The story so far, 4 Year Strong and Military Gun. The show is Friday, June 14th, out at Jacobs Pavilion. So if you want to go, be caller 10. Otherwise, AXS.com has the details for you. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Without any words, I got so high, strapped till I bled. Love myself better than you. Know it's wrong, so what should I do? The finest day that I've ever had is when I learned to cry on command. Love myself better than you. Know it's wrong, so what should I do?
If you're into Nirvana, there's a great Nirvana photo book, a big chonky boy that just dropped. A guy named Charles Peterson, who was the go-to cameraman. He was the guy taking all the pictures back in the day for Sub Pop. So all those bands on that label were getting shot by this guy named Charles Peterson. And he's put out well, it's called Charles Peterson's Nirvana. I mean, the book is full of his photos. And we just passed what would have been Kurt Cobain's 57th birthday. Imagine a 57-year-old Kurt Cobain. You know, people always say, if only they had lived, they would have been this old. Kurt Cobain, of course, killed himself when he was 27. But what if he hadn't done it then, but had killed himself at like 41? Then people would have been, oh, man. Everybody would be telling different stories.
Right.
But Charles Peterson's Nirvana.
I wish that VH1 dating show would have worked out. It really depressed him, and that's why he did it. Heart-shaped box of love just wasn't the right move.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you never know what people would have done later in their careers, you know? Everybody, that's why these people who are in the 27 club, you know, they are crystallized forever in history. They've never gotten old. They've never lost their sparkle. Better to burn out than to fade away, the whole bit. And so they're like a fly in amber in our memories. They never got fat. They never did something stupid because, you know, you live a long time. And if
shooting yourself's pretty stupid.
But he doesn't know that.
He doesn't know anything.
That's what I'm saying.
I say it's better to fade away than burn out because who cares about your legacy if you're not around to enjoy it? Who gives a crap? You're dead.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He doesn't know it was a bad... I'm just saying, you know, if you live long enough, you're like, oh, you know, Nirvana playing a casino or something. I don't know.
Do you think people have a more profound legacy when they die early?
No, I think we put that on them. I mean,
I think it's romanticized.
Yeah, of course.
From the audience standpoint.
Yeah.
Whatever work they did, that's the only work we've got. I mean, Nirvana didn't put out 10 records, right? They put out a couple. So, but so much is tied up in that. People of a particular generation, by the way. I'm a Gen Xer, so that was, you know, I was in college when grunge broke, and I knew people that were in bands getting signed and, you know, that whole thing. But now, 30 years later, it's a generation's classic rock. You know, if you're a kid in college now, Nirvana might as well be Led Zeppelin. It's all Pearl Jam, all those bands, you know, if you're of a certain age. They don't know or care about Kurt. Kurt Cobain, you know. Kids that barely they barely know Osama bin Laden, let alone friggin' Kurt Cobain. But for people who were into that, people of my generation, the Charles Peterson's Nirvana book is very interesting because it got these guys before, during, and after everything changed for them. You know, there are so few moments anymore because music and pop culture is so fragmented now, we're past a time where you can point to something and go, that's when everything changed. And that's what grunge was. That's when everything changed. Musically.
And a band specifically that was the leader of that. I'm not saying they were the only grunge band
Yes.
that broke, but they were by far the most popular.
That's right. And they had their detractors. I mean, Pixies fans were like, what is this? I mean,
Right.
As a guy basically amped up the Pixies. But a lot of people didn't know who the Pixies were.
Right.
So, but it worked out. But if you're old enough to remember like that sub pop era, right? Tad and Mudhoney and all those like Pacific Northwest bands that were coming up at the time. There were a lot of bands coming out of Seattle that were not grunge bands. Heart is a band from Seattle. Queensryche is a band from Seattle. There are all kinds of different bands, but once grunge blew up out of Seattle, that's all anybody cared about. And so they were looking for the next. We talked about this with Dickie Barrett when he was here with the Boss Tones. That once that blew up, these record companies just went city to city to city, going, do you have anybody who sounds like Nirvana? Because we'd like to make a lot of money. But, there's a law of diminishing returns, too.
But that's why other bands got the shots that they got.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
All you got to do is get your foot in the door.
Yep. And, it's not like... The audience is never looking for a band that sounds just like the band they already like. They want something different.
Yeah.
And so that's why, as iconic as the grunge sound was, there's a lot of bands that are lumped in with that era that aren't grunge at all. And Smashing Pumpkins is a perfect example of that, where they have some elements of it, but they're not. I mean, they're very orchestral in a lot of
rock
their
band.
stuff.
They're always more of like a straight ahead rock band.
Yeah. Like I would say they're closer to Queen than they are to Nirvana.
Yeah.
What are the distinguishing factors that make it grunge then, as opposed to that?
It's not good.
Straight rock.
No, I'm kidding. I love grunge.
No,
like,
not
how do you
every.
listen and you're like, like what are the distinguishing?
I think of it more of being of that time. I mean, whatever because those bands were around, they weren't getting played on the radio. That's where the alternative radio format blew up, was because of grunge and because all these other bands that kind of came in the open door behind them, And for my ears, there were two kinds of bands in that grunge thing. There were bands that had come from punk music, Nirvana and their ilk, and there were bands that had come from heavy metal. So like Pearl Jam, Nirvana, those were bands that came from punk. Your Soundgardens and your Alice in Chains, those were bands that came out of like heavy metal. Those were bands listening to Black Sabbath, not the Pixies. And I leaned more that way. Like, I have Nevermind like everyone else on the planet. You probably don't. Bill, do you have a copy of Nevermind from Nirvana?
I mean, I don't have a copy of it.
You don't have it, okay.
I mean, not anymore. I don't think I...
I
don't even think I had the vinyl. I never had it, but it was one of those things where it was on all the time, because I was also, I think...
You were a little kid, yeah.
I was 9 or 10 when that album came out, so that was a little bit more my two older brothers. Like, I remember my older brother's friend, Noah, was all about that album. So we would listen to it all the time when I was over at my friend Zach's house, because his brother Noah had it on all the time. And I remember him smashing a Guns N' Roses tape to prove how grunge he was. He's like, I'm not into... this hair metal stuff, I'm into grunge. And so he smashed it with a baseball bat, and we're like, little kids are like, we just like smashing things, so we're in.
Right.
That's fun.
And it would have been one thing if it had just been the music, but it was like the look and the vibe, and the movie
attitude.
Singles came out, and so it was a whole thing. But I was always way more into Alice in Chains and Soundgarden than I was into Nirvana, because I wasn't really down with the bands that they were pulling from.
I hit more of the post-grunge stuff, the Seven Mary 3, Soul,
Semisonic,
all that stuff.
Closing
Harvey Danger,
time.
Where it was a little bit more poppy when it got to alternative radio. Hootie and the Blowfish was all
sure.
I love
Better Than Ezra.
Love Better Than Ezra.
Yeah, there you go.
Moist. Remember Moist?
Moist. No, I don't remember Moist.
They had a great one good album. Well, one good song on one album.
Yeah.
That was, I
Hey,
remember.
speaking of moist, these cupcakes from Crumble.
Hey, from Colossal Cupcakes.
Oh, Colossal
Colossal,
Cupcakes.
Yeah, right. A couple
Are
doors down from us. Are they good?
So good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
We have a lot of flavors here, and Bill to attest to the fact that Red Velvet.
Yeah, Red
Is that
Velvet's
your
great.
front runner?
No, I like the chocolate coconut one.
Yeah. Well,
That's
it's
but they're both really
amazing.
good, fantastic.
So
I haven't
thanks for
tried the vanilla one, but the strawberry one is very good too, and it's not overpoweringly fruity, which I like. It's good stuff.
I
Good
think
job,
of
Alan.
I think of a band like Candlebox. Remember Candlebox?
Yeah,
Used
I
to
love
play-
Candlebox.
Candlebox was a Seattle band that had gotten going in the mid '80s, so they predated the whole grunge thing. But Candlebox is around. They didn't look like a hair band. They look like what the grunge thing would end up looking like. And Candlebox had a couple of hot summers, but they were just a skosh too early to get scooped up in the massive, like, white-hot grunge wave. They predated it by a couple of years. And they're still making records. Like, Candlebox still puts stuff out. I don't know if people pay attention, but they still go out and they still play and, Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to make a long distance request. The Pixies, "Here Comes My Girl," if you could.
You mean Here Comes Your Man?
Here comes your man.
You're thinking of Tom Petty's Here Comes My Girl.
Here comes your
Here
man.
Comes Your
right,
Man would be the Pixies song.
Hey, I don't know how it works in this day and age, but yeah, you got me
Well,
on
usually
that one.
getting the title right.
That's true in any day and age.
Yeah.
You kids and your newfangled not knowing what songs are called, just giving them their own names. Yeah.
Well, hey, I hope you guys are having a great day. You're talking about, I don't know, you went into like the 27 Club and Suicides with Kurt Cobain and this and that. But the Jim Blossoms, Doug Hopkins, his backstory. I think we have talked about this before.
Yeah.
Real tragic, super tragic. And when I was following a band called Roger Clinton the Peacemakers, who were formerly the Refreshments, I got an opportunity to hang out with a bunch because they were all out of Tempe, Arizona, around early '90s, right?
Yeah, I had a friend. I was working in a coffee house in Chicago, and I had a friend who was working. Well, she worked with me, and we became friends. But she had moved to go to U of C, and she was from Tempe, and she's like, "There's this band getting ready to blow up called Gin Blossoms," and then like 2 months later, they were like all over the radio. They were great, man. Robin Wilson's voice is awesome, but yeah, they had some bad luck early on.
Yeah, it was just bananas how it all worked out with his all of Doug Hopkins' Demons. He wrote like half of the songs that made it to the radio. And before they made it to the radio, he had already offed himself.
Yeah, he was a young dude too. He wasn't even 40 yet.
No, yeah, I thought he was 27 actually, but it turns out he was 32 years of age.
32. Wow, who else is 32? Oh, Gab Cruz.
Yeah.
32 today, along with Kelly Clarkson and
Omar Vizquel.
Who?
Omar Vizquel.
Omar Vizquel. There you
Or
go.
is it Grady Sizemore? One of them.
Yeah, one of them. All right, thank you, Woody.
All right, cheers, guys.
Here comes my girl. Woody.
He mixed up like 4 songs.
Yeah, he sure did. Hey, could you play me some?
I'm waiting for my girl, man, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, didn't, no, I guess Breeders did that big Ohio show, didn't they? I was thinking Pixies because of Kim Deal, but Breeders did that because they're from Dayton. That big show in Columbus for veterans or whatever, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Joe Walsh
ago,
and Dave Grohl and all the Ohio people involved in that. But, yeah, so anyway, the book is called Charles Peterson's Nirvana, and I think it's largely black and white, but if you're into those early kind of sub-pop days, that would be... Maybe you're just looking for a big coffee table book. Do you have coffee table books, Bill? Do you have a coffee table?
No, I have a ottoman, like a padded ottoman.
An ottoman.
That has like a little thing that like will come up so you can use it like a table if you want to use your laptop on it or eat food there. So that's nice. But then it goes back down and you can sit on it or do other things on it, which may or may not have
Eat
been done.
oysters. Yeah. That was an
Not oysters.
innuendo, Gab.
Yeah, that was an innuendo.
Is that what you were?
Mm-hmm. I feel like maybe that is.
You were trying to come up with synchronicities?
Synchronicities.
That's a deep dive. I mean,
a
Goose
good-
is right, but that's a deep dive. Yeah.
Well, I knew there was a word that more accurately, or just, I don't know.
That
Synchronicities. That's a good one. I agree with that.
All right.
But
Well, put that one in your
serendipitous
pocket.
nonetheless.
Oh, yeah, I guess serendipitous would have sounded a little closer to that. Boy, I would have never grabbed at synchronicities. All right, well, maybe Goose is listening to the police today. What the hell do I know? Some new bureau chiefs who are checking in, listening on the iHeartRadio app. By the way, if you do that from out of state, I'd like to know where people are. Matt listens in Cumberland, Maryland. That is about a 20-minute trip from the Mason-Dixon line. That's right where the Maryland-West Virginia border is. I don't know what he's doing there, but he's listening to the show. So thank you, Matt. Adam's up in Elmore, Vermont. I haven't gotten any new Lindy Corn ads recently. You usually count on Roger. He's up there in suburban Buffalo. Were you here when we were playing Lindy Corn ads? That blue-haired lawyer up there, and not because she's old, but because she's got Kool-Aid blue hair.
No.
And she does these wild commercials up there in Buffalo.
Oh, actually, I do feel like I remember you referencing this.
Yeah. Where the woman got hugged. Hugged her.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Yeah, so it's like she's like an HR lawyer, right? She's like a personal workplace, whatever, inappropriate kind of thing, and she'll do these ads, then be like, sound familiar? But the scenarios just get more and more demented.
I just saw an I Love Lucy compilation of how many times she had her own show, and by this point, I think her acting career was over.
The Lucy Show, yeah.
She had a really like smoker's voice. I don't recognize it as her.
Yeah.
But it's like a quick,
like on The Simpsons.
Yeah. It's a quick cuts compilation of her talk show, and it's widely a female audience. And I think the guy's name is Ted, who runs around with a microphone and lets the other.
Oh, a talk
women
show, not like a variety show.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and every time she'd be like, "Get your hands off of her, Ted." All right, because every time every time he would give the microphone to a woman, he'd like be creepily like having.
Oh, really?
Be like, and it reminded me a little bit of that, not in a greeting way.
Uh-huh.
Get your hands off of her, Ted.
Lucille Ball she had a talk show.
I love Lucy.
Oh yeah, she's dynamite. Yeah, I
You
love
gotta go
that
to
show.
the Lucy Museum in Jamestown, New York. It's like
Really?
2.5
I need to go.
hours. So
I
they
think
have the
it's
Comedy
cool.
Center, and then they have the Lucille Ball Museum, and then the Lucy and Desi Museum.
Yeah.
And she was just so ahead of her time.
So ahead of her time. That's why I think even now, the older I
badass.
get, the more I'm like, wow, what a badass. Because, the internet gets littered with comments about women can't be funny, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. It's just the biggest cheap shot you can do. Stay in the kitchen, do what you're supposed to do. You can't have a sense of humor. But if you look at Lucy's stuff, it's like she really was the goat of proving way before her time that you can deliver punchlines and have a personality and be a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Also, can't you be funny in the kitchen?
And you can be you can be both. You can make a sandwich.
And she was a
be
studio
silly.
executive, and
Yeah,
she
Desilu.
helped innovate how sitcoms were shot and
Yeah,
edited
like
and
the
everything.
writing and the
yeah.
production of it.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
Really cool.
And Lucille Ball.
I don't think that sound was coming through on the live stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
All right, well, here we go. Hold on.
Isn't he super?
I love him.
Yeah, he's a fine actor, and he
I
says
love a strange group of people that you have on, like Fernando Lamas. If I miss Fernando Lamas or Truman Capote or Rex Reed, I have a fit. And Rex Reed doesn't even like me.
Really? Has he panned you?
Oh, yes, sure. And rightly so.
Yeah?
But you have a lot of people. You know what? J.P. Morgan has changed, and I'm so sorry.
Well, anyway, those are all really, really old references
Yeah.
because that's old Carson show from 1974.
Yeah, you'll have to try and find that clip that you were talking about because
Yeah.
this was the show that she was.
She did it, and I was shocked.
Her
that-
variety show,
I was
right?
impressed with the person who did their homework to put this entire compilation together because
Yeah.
it was so many cuts, and it was her just being like, "Get your hands off of her." All right, let her move your hands. Get your hands off of her.
Huh.
Like she was already advocating for just. And it's not to be like, oh, men are terrible. That's not what it is. It's just she was aware of the fact that probably in
That
her
there was
industry
stuffing happening,
already
yeah.
there
Yeah.
was some weird stuff.
She's been dead for a while now, right?
Yeah.
Lucille Ball.
I think she died in the 80s.
Oh.
Maybe early 90s, something like that.
Lucille Ball died in 1989.
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably of emphysema. Right? And when everybody smoked back then. There's an entire generation of celebrities who died probably from lung cancer or something. Chest pains. Oh, she had an aortic aneurysm. And then something else. Well, anyway, I got to take a break here. R.I.P. Lucy. If you want to send a text, 35192, I'm going to have tickets for you on the way back. If you want to go see Dave Matthews Band. Of course, they're getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but they're going to do Blossom in June. You see them a few months before that. And then I'll have another $1,000 for you. There's a grand on the way at 3:30, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Matthews Band, they have, they're ready to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But that's not till October. June, you'll be able to see them out at Blossom. The date is June 25th. Don't know who's with them on this go-round, but that's when it's going to happen. LiveNation.com. It's got all the details for you if you want to see the Dave Matthews Band. Frankly, why wouldn't you? Be caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, Gab Cruz is sitting in today for a bit. You got to go in a little bit, yeah?
Yeah.
And the Guardians not playing tonight, or are they? They are 6:10.
They should be, yeah.
I'm all out of it today. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with me today. I don't know. I got up.
There's
worked
the problem.
out. That's what it is, boy.
Did you
I
have
don't know.
cupcakes for breakfast?
I didn't have cupcakes for breakfast. No,
Wow. So you ordered these and didn't get yourself one?
I did not.
Wow, that's some discipline. Thank you.
Nope, of course.
And
Guardians.
He didn't even take a bite of any of them.
No, I didn't take a bite. No,
I'm
no.
beginning to think he's Hot Girl Summer's around the corner and he's,
He's
paying
going to the
attention.
gym, and if you're not here every day, so you don't hear how we talk about food and how he's, it's not as much of a discipline as much as it's like a disorder is what we're feeling.
Well, listen, don't get me wrong. I have a sweet tooth, but I have to
then
keep
eat
it
some
under.
cupcakes.
I got to keep it under
You can
control.
take a
I
little
can't.
bite.
No, they're not my cupcakes. I got them for Gab.
But she's
and,
offered.
He knows it's a slippery slope, maybe.
It's a slippery slope. That's right. I've got to keep myself in check. I'm constantly doing math, Gab.
Are you the macros kind of person?
I don't do
who
macros.
Does all that?
Nope, but I log all my food. And I
do too.
Log my right.
Well, sometimes it's
You
not
do
logs.
macros?
No, I was going to say
I don't do that.
I log my foods, but sometimes it's more of like a
It's
clump.
It's on the other end. Yeah.
Sometimes a log, sometimes it's a plop. You never.
I'm not doing a food.
That took me too long, though.
Yes, it did.
It's all right.
It's your birthday.
It finally came to her. Yeah.
Hey, can you do the stairway fart just for me on my birthday, please?
Yeah, of course. I'll play the stairway fart for you.
Oh man.
She loves it.
I don't
You
know.
want to hear one that a customer sent us, a listener sent
Oh
us?
gosh, I don't know. Okay.
A real splat.
Yeah,
on
pretty
that
sure
one.
he had to change his
Yeah, that's
pants
not-
after that one. But
Oh man.
That was not good.
no, I don't have a food scale. I'm not going crazy.
Yeah, but logging takes a lot of effort.
Well, there's apps, right? You used to have to write them down.
Okay.
You used to keep a food log and all that kind of stuff. Now it's just an app. You scan the barcode. If you're eating, if I'm having a protein shake or something, scan the barcode, right?
Well, what was your inspiration? Like blood sugar level, physique?
Well,
all of the above?
I'm an old dad. I've got 2 kids in college, and I have a second grader. So I want to, I can't.
You're in your LeBron era.
I
Where
can't
you
be a
wanna
fat dad. I can't do it.
You got to be crushing it for years to come.
Well, fingers crossed. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be around, but and I'm not a guy. I envy these guys who are like, I quit drinking beer and I lost 20 pounds. Like I barely drink, so I'm not a guy that has something like that they can look to and just cut it out, right? Plus, I'm in here all day,
Yeah.
so I got to work out in the morning. I mean,
Your steps count as low. For...
well, yeah, but I'll take a pre-show constitutional sometimes, but it's chilly today. I went over to the Colossal Cupcakes. It's like, ooh, it's cold. It's chilly. I was nipping out. I wasn't going to go walk a mile under those conditions. Anyway, Guardians are playing tonight. That's a 6:10 game. It is the second of 3 against the Red Sox. It beat them 4-1 last night. Guardians over Boston. So 6:10 tonight. The weather looks like it's going to be much more baseball game-like. Isn't it warm today or no?
No, it's still pretty chilly. Yeah, it's like
I
40.
guess I just mentioned
Yeah.
it was chilly. Yeah.
Yeah.
42. Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But, wear a hoodie or a jacket or something and you can watch them play. And then they'll finish that series tomorrow afternoon And then the Guardians will go to Atlanta, and then they'll go to Houston before they come back home. Cavs are in Orlando tomorrow night, Game 3, the playoffs against the Magic. Magic have yet to win a game in that series, so that's good news. I love the headline, campuses are at a boiling point. I love anything that's at a boiling point. I love civil unrest. I can't get enough of it. I love it on campus. I love it in the streets. I'm a big, big fan. And that they're Yale and NYU and all these hoity-toity schools are seeing these massive demonstrations, and they're hauling kids off, and they're arresting protesters, which obviously you're not supposed to do. But that's why campuses are reaching a boiling point.
Boiling point.
I love it, a boiling point. Because college is the best. That's when you're supposed to protest. Because you kind of half know what you're talking about.
But you've got
But it doesn't stop you from taking a stand.
Yeah, you've got full confidence.
That's right. You'll never have more unearned confidence in your life, but don't let that stop you.
Passion, confidence, off the charts.
Off the charts.
Perfect time.
Yes. You got to get out there, and you got to make your voice heard, even if you don't know what you're talking about. Some people do. Some people do deep dives, and then they get out there.
That's so
but
true.
more
Or
people
even
are
if you
prone to
do-
just taking a piece of cardboard and writing a few words on it and holding it up and screaming, because that's, when you go to college, that's kind of a lot of people's first opportunity, not only to reinvent themselves, but to kind of really plant their flag in how they want to be perceived.
It feels like too much effort after college, too, don't you think?
Well, that's why I really respect those people that keep that ball rolling. Like, they're just, they're activists. And their entire adult life, they're going for the underdog. And, but when you see, like, on campus, this is what it's supposed to be. I think for so long, people have gotten themselves in this frame of mind where, college campuses are like these quiet, leafy enclaves or whatever. I want to see tear gas getting tossed in to a group of kids. I want to see those kids tossing the tear gas back. I love it. Columbia University got so bad, they decided to do their classes remote for a little while. That's...
So what happened?
Huh?
What happened?
These are protests over the Israel-Gaza situation. So a lot of pro-Palestinian people, a lot of pro-Israel people, a lot of college campus faculty and administrations that don't quite know how to handle it.
Well, because I don't know, what do you think the best case outcome is?
What do you mean?
More education for the students, on the subject matter?
Well, listen, you can do that on your own. I mean, again, news sources are so fragmented now that who knows?
I think it's been hard for me to get a grasp. I've tried to go down the rabbit hole, and even all I can gather confidently is that there's a ton of bloodshed.
Yes, and I think that's where most people land on that, is they're like, there has to be. Now, again, you're talking about...
I literally Googled, what can I do? Because I didn't understand.
Yeah.
I could understand the gravity of it.
Right.
And I felt for it. I was coming out of town hall, a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago now. And there was a huge parade of cars that went by with the flags for Gaza.
Yeah.
And it moved me. And then I tried to do my homework. I was like, I want to do something. And I'm like, I don't know where I am on the spectrum for this. What do I do?
Well, because you think about when everybody's social media profile had a Ukrainian flag, right? At the beginning of that. That's easy. Because Russia...
Did that end the war, by the way?
I'm sorry, Bill, it did not.
Oh.
I'm sorry to tell you.
the hell?
Us posting... I was under the impression that
That's
it would.
That's ridiculous that emoji didn't mean
that all of us posting that flag would do something, but it did not. But that one was easy. The Israel-Gaza thing is not so easy for people.
Because it sounds like people are on...
Well, you have people who are at extreme opposite ends of it, and then you have some people in the middle who are like, hey, can we just find a way so that a lot of people on either side are not getting killed? Right,
yeah,
don't die.
Exactly.
And so, but the Russia-Ukraine thing, that was easy for people to get their heads around. But I love all those headlines about campuses are at the boiling point. College campuses are on fire. Although fewer and fewer kids are thinking about maybe going to college at all. A lot of Gen Z students coming out of high school, going to trade school because they're realizing, to a large degree, what a scam college can be. It's not designed to get you an affordable education, right? So a lot of people are thinking of going to trade schools. And they said that it's more than just a little bump. In Ohio alone, the number of apprenticeships are up 69%. And so more and more people are like, hey, I'm going to have a great job coming out of trade school, right? Might not be sexy, but I'm going to make money. I'm not going to have hundreds of thousands of dollars, in debt. Welders and listen, I did some welding back in the day.
I believe you.
You kids with your newfangled auto dark masks. I had an old Honeywell fiber metal. You had to darken your own lenses.
You had to discover ore.
Yes.
You're like, this bronze is really getting things done, and then you move into the next age.
So my early welding bona fides, I had a pretty good handle on my joints.
Plumbers make a lot of money.
Yeah, they do, but it's a lot of poop. But I have my T joint down.
Yeah, you can't just be a sink plumber. You gotta work with toilets.
Yeah. I have my lap joint. That was pretty good with my slot weld. Yep, my groove weld. So, yeah, there's a lot of course, I was best known, Bill, for my Tuesday weld. Hey, I've got $1,000 here.
No, explain it.
She was beautiful. I'd get my torch going. People would pay money just to see her. Hey, $1,000. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, and I hope you win. I don't know who you are, but it seems to me that you've probably lived a pretty good life and probably deserve $1,000. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
After Hours line, people can leave messages there for us, voicemails if you're so inclined.
Anytime, really.
Anytime, yeah. I call it the After Hours line because that's when, traditionally and historically, some people will call drunk over the weekend, but you can call anytime. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. Hey, man, you guys were talking about jeans. You got to check out these jeans. They're called barrel jeans, like a 55-gallon barrel. Most ridiculous pair of pants I've ever seen in my life. I've seen two girls walking through the mall wearing them Saturday.
I bet you have barrel jeans, don't you? Barrel leg jeans.
I have no idea.
Those big, wide. My daughter wears them. She's at college.
Oh.
There's nothing wilder than watching, because girls on campus are dressing like they did when I was in college.
Right.
So 30 years later, to see everybody dressing the way the girls did when I was in college is super weird. But yeah, all that 90s type style.
Yeah, I love it.
All
baggy.
back. It's
I
all
love
back.
It.
Yeah.
It's great.
But Trucker John out there peeping the barrel jeans on the ladies at the mall.
I've never heard them called that.
Yeah.
Barrel jeans.
Is this the Lucille Ball clip?
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
it's been it's
So his name was David, not Ted. Another old-timey name, kind of.
an old Lucille Ball kind of a Q&A thing, repurposed for social media and tagged with, she's out there protecting the gals from this lech.
You have a question?
Yes, we have a young lady here with an I Love Lucy T-shirt on. Stand up and...
Take your hands off her, David.
Oh, excuse me.
I can see the shirt.
So, thought I'd try to...
What's your name?
Hi there, we're here
What's your
tonight.
name? David, will you take your hands away?
By the way, who's this guy?
It's David.
Because now everybody's going to be looking for this guy going,
I'm sure
who
he's
is
dead.
this guy? Is he still alive? This guy's probably 90 years old now.
He's probably dead.
He might be gone.
I mean, this looks like it's from the mid-70s.
Yeah.
Wait. What's your name, dear?
Early in the morning.
Give her the mic.
Your
My name is?
David.
Yes, I have a lady here with me.
I noticed. Will you take your hands off, David?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't hear that I kept expecting to hear in a class of students. Stand up, young lady, and
Take your hands off her.
Hi, my name's Amy Resnick. I'm from
Harold
San-
Lawrence, and next Friday it's Mickey Mouse's 50th birthday, so we're going down to Disney World and doing a M-I-C.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm not going to sing it.
Anywho. Well, there you go. Yeah, she was old and crusty, and take your hands off her. I mean, again, he literally like had his hands on her shoulder as she was standing up, you know.
But there's no reason. I get what she's saying. There's no reason to touch her in those situations.
I can't believe he didn't get it after she repeated the same criticism of this guy.
Yeah.
It's like you give people a pass. We don't want to be too, like, you know, I don't know. It's funny. You want to have a line where it doesn't all become men suck.
Yeah.
Because I get sensitive about that, too. I'm like, we don't have to make it out like all men are terrible. But at the same time, it's like, read a social cue, and then if you get corrected on it, just, like, try to fix it.
Yeah. Just,
Read
take
the
a little
context a little bit,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
take the criticism and be like, oh, maybe
Yeah.
I'm a little touchy. Maybe I need to keep my hands to myself kind of thing.
Georgia Satellite sang about it. They knew what was up.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy who has Britain's biggest penis.
Wow.
These guys are never
4 inches.
Come in today and you tell me.
These guys are never good looking either. They're always just schlubs who, you know, granted it's more of a it's, as he'll soon tell you, you know, it's more of a detriment than anything else when it's that big of a deal. But there was that guy Jonah Falcon for a long time. Just these schmucks who, you know, God played a trick on him, if you believe in God. Gave him a real knee shooter, but like they're not, you know, they're not killing it out there. Anyway, he's got a book that's coming out.
How did they find out that he's got the biggest?
I don't know. I don't think he was keeping a secret.
Well, that's the thing.
You know,
is
the
that
other guys kind of be like, yeah, let's give it to him.
I think he's so far ahead that they're like, you know, but this guy's doing like the morning chat shows.
Wow.
In England. By the way, remember Kat Deely? She's co-hosting this show now in England. Kat Deely used to do You Think You Can Dance over here, I think. She's this blonde British woman, and she was real cute. But I hadn't seen her in a long time, and she's co-hosting this morning show. Anyway, this guy has a book coming out because, I don't know, he's got nothing else going on. It's called A Long Story. And he's making the rounds on the chat shows and talking about.
A long story. Is it only in hardcover?
Yeah, see?
Hey.
She did
That's
it.
innuendo.
Whoa, serendipity.
Uh-huh.
And you kind of want to dispel this myth, essentially, that bigger isn't always better.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, besides the practical issues, I think it does come. A lot of the things people think about, it's more virile, you know, you're more manly or stuff. Again, these are just myths you get because the people who are bragging about it often are.
Yeah, why would you want to keep the myth going, this guy? I'd like to dispel the rumors that it's awesome for you, because no woman wants to touch that, right? So, and I'm sure that's why this
I think
guy
there's
is like,
some women that are up for a challenge.
Yeah, but it's a
man
challenge.
versus food.
Oh, God.
A lot of times people black about it overcompensating, for example,
Yeah.
or they just, they want to promote themselves doing adult work where that is a selling point.
Sure.
But it's not, again, it's not.
In everyday life.
In everyday life, it's not.
quite
And it's for the normal person who has that, well, again, not normal this size, but it wouldn't be beneficial.
Yes.
There is. I mean, so look, we've got this ruler with us just to try and illustrate. So this essentially is how big your penis is when it's erect.
Oh yeah, obviously the thickness is a lot bigger, but yes.
Yes, and of course, we're not taking into the girth.
It's the real issue.
So the practicality.
Obviously, the size is different. Yeah, we don't think you're shaped like a ruler, dummy.
Wow.
But it's a foot long. It's the size of a ruler. This guy.
Huh.
And
not like one of those Subway footlongs where it's actually 11 and a half.
Yeah.
Wow, it's possible to
But it is
have
double meat.
too big of
It's what?
dick energy.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
It's your birthday.
Yeah.
Too big a blank
BDE.
energy.
Yeah. You can't.
Because
Yeah.
he doesn't seem as confident or something.
No, he's not. He's just a schlub, and he's got, what's he gonna do with it? Because that's all, to his point, that's all that's left for these guys is, hey, we want to put you in some novelty porn. And a lot of these dudes don't want to do that because then that's all they'll be known for. So this guy apparently wants to be known for his book. The headline on the story was that he got kicked out of a yoga class because they didn't realize what he was packing, and they thought that he was aroused in the yoga class. And so they kicked him out and banned him from going there. A guy named Matt Barr, that's his name. He's 40, and he's making the rounds talking about the hardships of having a foot-long penis. A Long Story is the name of his autobiography, Life with One of the World's Largest Penises. Imagine no one has ever heard of you before. This is all you're known for once you tell people who you are and what you've got. And you're putting out an autobiography. Here's my life story. Like, people are just going to they're going to go right to the appendix. Let's see. Penis, page 112.
He goes right to the appendix.
Yeah. I was waiting on it, Bill.
Well, anyway.
He's got a 12-incher, but he's still not as big as Jonah Falcon from New York City.
New York City. So if you're looking for a sweet beach read this coming summer, maybe grab Matt Barr's book about his giant wang.
Alan, you were talking about boiling point earlier. Have you heard about this track runner who delayed but got awarded these Olympic medals so many years after the fact because it was proven that she was racing against these Russian dopers?
I don't think that I did. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't.
Because nobody knows of her. But I've really, it's piqued my interest because I'm kind of a track nerd. But this is someone on my wish list to get an interview with. But long story short, she competed during this era where it was really hard to win at the 800 meters for her event because she was racing against these dopers. But it wasn't proven at the time.
Right.
So she kept getting fourth at like world championships. And then so many years after the fact, so she's retired now, they upgraded 3 medals of hers. And recently, like last week or maybe less than that, she got upgraded from the 2012 Olympics. She should be bronze. Now, the crazy thing is, though, she's probably one of the best 800 meters to ever do it in American track and field. And she never got the recognition. Like, she never got to cross the finish line and win her medal in front of a crowd.
So it's bittersweet for her to get these.
Yeah, and she probably got robbed of like hundreds of thousands of dollars
and endorsements and stuff.
All kinds of stuff, and nobody knows her name. So anyway, for those listening, Alicia Montano, what she's doing now is she's trying to get...
It killed my father. Prepare to die.
That's Inigo Montoya, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking. For The Princess Bride. Look for the six-fingered man.
Different character.
Yeah.
She's trying to advocate to have her...
What's her name?
Alicia Montano.
My name is Alicia Montano.
You stole my gold medals. Prepare to die.
Exactly.
Yeah. So she's trying to make up for lost time now.
She's advocating at the 2028 Olympics. She wants the committee to allow her to stand on a podium and accept her.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
They should do that.
Yeah.
They should do that.
Because I'm passionate about this, and I too love a good underdog story, I'm trying to push, too. I want to see that happen for her. It's a really interesting story, and... I'm pulling for her.
Well, and everybody you tell, once you've gotten your medals, everybody you tell, you have to give them that whole story, right?
Yeah, and it's crazy because like on
what
social
happened
media, you think that she'd be blowing up by now.
Especially with women sports getting the spotlight they're getting right now.
Yeah.
From the NCAA tournament and Caitlin Clark and stuff like that. You think people will be like, hey, here's a good story.
Well, maybe they will. Maybe she could ride that wave.
And here's the crazier part, too. She was actually still in shape in 2016. She was still the best American. She goes to the Olympic trials in America. Obviously, you have to qualify out of your country first to make it. I think it's the top 2 advance.
What country is she from?
She, America.
Oh, she's American. Yeah, okay.
And she's running the race. She has this fearless style that no one ever... It's very unconventional for the half mile. She'll get out there and she'll lead the race start to finish, which is extremely physically hard to do and mentally taxing to lead a race the entire time. She's leading first lap. Second lap, still in the lead. She gets jostled around somebody, not to drop names, Brenda Martinez, though, another amazing 800-meter runner, but has a history of tripping in big meets, which you shouldn't do it in an elite level. Trips Alicia with 150 to go. She's out on the infield. She's not even able to get back in the
You can
race.
trip people?
Yeah.
What the?
It was an accident.
Yeah, sure it was.
But-
My ass, it was an
But
accident.
isn't that crazy? So it's like her story is just nuts. It's like this woman needs her flowers.
Well,
All right,
she
one more
should have
time.
a book.
She should.
Not just the guy with the big peen.
Yeah.
I know.
Alicia Montoya. Alicia Montagna?
Montagna.
Alicia Montagna.
Actually, it might be
Prepared
Montagno.
to die.
Montagno.
Montagno?
She was
Montagno.
Alicia Johnson.
Alicia. Okay.
No, it's a good story.
It's crazy.
It's a great story.
She also ran pregnant once, and it was really funny. She raced pregnant.
I hope they didn't trip her then.
No, she raced pregnant to keep a sponsorship at one point before
Oh, yeah.
before
Pampers?
Nike started moving the needle on
Yeah.
like fair. They would take your sponsorship away if you got pregnant in track and field.
Wow. So anti-sex over there. All right, I've got to take a break. If you're on hold, I will grab you on the way back. If you want to send a text, 35192. I will have, you want to go see The Fall Guy? We're doing an advanced screening of the new Ryan Gosling, Emily Blunt film. We're going to do that Tuesday night out at Valley View, so I'll have a couple of passes coming back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. And now, a Buzzard Bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in court, always check behind the toilets for bribe money that hasn't been collected yet. And always be listening for those keywords to win $1,000. Up to 9 chances to play every weekday at 30 past the hour. Take the action from the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Brought to you by Jersey Mike Subs.
Here's my Jersey Mike's radio idea. I'm a ninja warrior. By night, I walk unseen. By day, I'm at Jersey Mike's, where they freshly slice my sub just for me. My blade is called Shadow. Theirs is called Meat Slicer. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Bill. We're bringing you one more reason to head to the drive-thru. Introducing Wendy's all-new Cinnabon Pull-Apart to the menu lineup. And now you can pair it with a small soft drink, small coffee, or small vanilla frosty cream cold brew for just $5 with the Wendy's app offer. It's the perfect pair. Are you still hanging out listening to this? Download that app and get to Wendy's so you can choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Cinnabon Pull-Apart today. At participating U.S. Wendy's, Cinnabon is a registered trademark of Cinnabon Franchiser SPV LLC. Copyright 2024, Cinnabon Franchiser SPV LLC.
Start clean with Clorox, because Clorox delivers a powerful clean every time. Because messes happen. Because I got the charcoal mask. Great, because why would I put that on my face when I could drop it in my sink? This is what I get for multitasking. Ugh, why is charcoal so sticky? Hello? Hey, Janice. I am so sorry. I thought I was on mute. No, we don't need to reschedule. I'll just stay off camera. Ooh, yeah, that happens. So start clean with Clorox. Use Clorox products as directed.
Jeff Kisbach here with the best. Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's Ram Truck Month.
That's right. This month, choose a 2024 Ram Bighorn, $7,500 off MSRP. And savings like that drive attractive payments, buy or lease.
Wow, that's great. And why Claiborne?
Selection, value, and putting the customer first for 50 years.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. For a successful stint in the great outdoors, pack accordingly. Place heavy essentials near your spine for stability in rough terrain, with light items near the bottom. Now, you may be wondering, where does the Bush Light go? In your stomach. Head for the mountains.
Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch. Busch Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
The wait is over. The all-new state-of-the-art Spitzer Motor City Jeep Ram is here. We're celebrating our grand opening by giving you more selection. Now shop over 400 new vehicles and get more savings during the Jeep Celebration event and Ram Truck Month with additional Spitzer discounts, additional factory incentives, and huge trade allowances that you won't find anywhere else. Wag more, spend less during the grand opening of the all-new Spitzer Motor City Jeep Ram, Cleveland's #1 dealer.
Our world revolves around you.
Hey, Reds fans! Catch baseball fever all season long with the king of sportsbooks at the BetMGM Sportsbook at the Banks, across the street from Great American Ballpark. Join the game day fun with a pre- or post-game tailgate, or watch the game on BetMGM's huge 350-square-foot TV while getting in on the action of live sports betting at one of our many kiosks and windows. Enjoy an award-winning burger at Nation Kitchen and Bar while watching all your favorite sports on the outdoor patio. Catch the excitement at the best place in the city to watch a game, the BetMGM Sportsbook at the Banks. Join in the game day fun and catch baseball fever all season long with the king of sportsbooks at the BetMGM Sportsbook at the Banks, across the street from Great American Ballpark. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball and the Cincinnati Reds. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 plus and present in Ohio, subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Hey, it's Alan. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your old car, no matter what shape it's in. So do a good thing without cutting into your schedule at all. Just go to carsforkids.org today. And remember, that's cars with a K.
Check out Applebee's newest handcrafted burger, the new Whole Lotta Bacon Burger. It's big, bold, and full of bacon. The new Whole Lotta Bacon Burger takes flavor to the next level for only $9.99 for a limited time. See you at Applebee's. See location for details.
Hey, it's Charlie here for Classic Chevrolet. Now through the end of April, get the most for your trade-in and take advantage of rock-bottom low pricing on all of their vehicles. Right now, you can lease a sleek new Equinox for just $239 per month, or you can dominate in a brand new Silverado for just $345 per month. Plus, enjoy rates as low as 1.9% on new retail purchases. Together, let's drive at Classic Chevy in Mentor. Check them out online at driveclassicchevy.com.
It's time for the 2024 NFL Draft, and iHeart is your home for the NFL Podcast Network. Get all the insights, mock drafts, and trade rumors. Listen to NFL podcasts on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Let's go!
Open your free iHeart app and search NFL to start listening.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Hey, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen out in Mentor. Easy to get to, right on Tyler Boulevard there. I was out a week and a half ago. Just popped my head in, saying hi to Mike Urban and the gang out there. Whatever new ride you are in the market for, whether you're looking for something like the ID4, they have top-of-the-line EVs, but they basically have perfect model for whatever your life requires, right? You want something big and roomy. You want something tiny and zippy. They're going to have it. 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan. That is a great ride. You can get 0% for 60 months for well-qualified buyers through Volkswagen Credit. You get it all. You get style, makes sense economically. Great deal for the 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan. Get out there and take a look around yourself. Maybe get a couple of test drives under your belt, or get online, look around, driveclassicvw.com.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
going to go see a screening of The Fall Guy. It's the new Ryan Gosling movie with Emily Blunt. If you remember that show from the 80s, they kind of reworked it. Big action film. It's going to be out everywhere Friday, May the 3rd. We will do a screening for you this coming Tuesday night. You'll see it a few days before everybody else. Cinemark Valley View. It's a 7:30 screening. A couple of passes for you and a friend here. Be caller 10, 2 for The Fall Guy next week. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's just too bad.
The Alan Cox Show.
Something like this comes along and
It's never too late to ruin your day.
totally ruins it all.
100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? Gab Cruz here for a few more minutes. You got to get out early. Hey, Sandra.
Yes.
What's going on, Sandra? How are you?
Hello.
Hi.
Well, it turns out I'm pretty fine. I held on.
Yeah,
you are.
What's going on?
Something. I held on to tell you something that I hope you think is as funny as I did about the fellow that told me, talking about long schlongs. He told me that his was quite adequate, and I said, prove it. And he said, well, he had his girlfriend's name tattooed on it. I said, I want to see this. So he dropped his trousers, and all I saw was CCCT. And I said, now you got the initials. That doesn't count. He said, oh, just a minute. And he pulled it on out, and it said, Kathleen Cunningham, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Sandra, coming in hot with an old school rib tickler. Sandra. Do you imagine if that actually happened to Sandra and we're sitting here laughing at her and we're like, oh, man. Right.
No, but I did know a fellow that was quite adequate, and as far as maybe men are concerned, and I loved him dearly.
Yeah.
But it was large and sometimes difficult to take.
Difficult to take. Man, Sandra was out there wilding.
I like Sandra.
Sandra was the best.
The old size queen.
Yeah, I'm 82 years old now. Now I talk about it.
How old are you now?
82.
Wow, 82.
I'll be 83 in a month.
Beautiful. All right. Well, you can call me anytime, Sandra.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. There's 82-year-old Sandra.
That's incredible.
He was quite adequate.
Quite adequate.
Quite adequate. You know, most guys in my younger years, it was like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. You just strap a 2x4 to your ass, you didn't fall in. But this guy, he was fantastic. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Owen, hate the show.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, man, I don't know how I'm going to stack up against an 82-year-old talking about long members.
Yeah, you got your work cut out for you, man, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, I just got to tell you, it's always a treat to hear you guys just gabbing away to cruise through the afternoon.
Oh, boy, here we go. See what he did?
Love that.
But I did want to say, I don't know if Gab there has been like just a huge fan of The Rock, maybe got some work done, but the right eyebrow has been put up like she's posing for a WWE event or something.
Have you been arching a brow on YouTube, Gab?
I think that's just the way her face works.
I don't know. So I can move them both.
Yeah, you have very expressive eyebrows.
All right.
Is it the right one? I will say this. One is lower than the other.
I think most people's probably,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I have noticed this. When I wear glasses, it's super apparent, I feel.
We're always pointing out your imperfections. We're like, oh, Gab, yeah, but those eyebrows, they're all, one's a little low for me, if you know what I'm saying.
As Sandra would say, it was quite adequate for eyebrows. All right, does that answer your question, Mike?
Well, to tie it all back around, just like Sandra had mentioned, one does hang lower than the other sometimes. So, it is the way it is. Thanks, guys.
It's completely natural.
Hang lower. Okay, yeah, thank you, Mike. There's Mike.
This one's for Mike.
Uh-huh.
Hey, do it again because I didn't have the camera. There you go. Boom.
There you go. I got a letter from G. Hub, who used to be our bureau chief out in Dublin, but now he resides in Orlando, Florida, and he is going to the game tonight wearing his Factory of Sadness T-shirt.
Oh, nice.
I mean, a little cross-team, whatever, representation. Yeah. There you go. Does that count as synchronicity or no? I guess that wouldn't be a synchronicity.
No.
Of any kind whatsoever.
Someone said the word we were looking for was, hold on.
Yeah, synchronicities.
Well, synchronicity, but somebody else said,
Another
where'd it go? Had it. Happenstance.
It's another good one.
I mean,
that's a little.
That word works, but I don't know that.
Synchronicities. That's my favorite.
That's a good one. Alan, you guys were talking about that British guy. Have you heard of the Girth Master?
No.
Okay, so this guy's Australian, and he went viral because they just did an on-the-street interview. Some job app was talking to people, and they talked to this guy, and he goes viral because he's an OnlyFans creator, because he has a giant member.
Uh-huh.
And so he went viral just because he's talking to this girl on the street about, they allude to it. He doesn't really talk about it, but this guy, apparently it's been a whirlwind for him since then.
What do you do and how much do you make?
So I'm an OnlyFans content creator. I'm in the top 0.1% of...
You got to bleep OnlyFans on TikTok? This is why they're banning it. Like, you got to put asterisks instead of... You can't spell out OnlyFans? Does that get you bumped or something? Really? Does the algorithm jam you up?
Yeah, I think they want to keep it from getting shadow banned or whatever, so they don't want... Because they're real careful about that.
All right.
And it's on the platform worldwide. Between $40,000 and $80,000 a month.
What is your weekly
How about that? $80,000 a month on OnlyFans, this guy.
So nice.
Because he's doing, like, wank content.
week like?
So typically I'll probably shoot a couple of times a week and like edit the videos, spend a lot of time marketing. I'd say I spend 60 to 80 hours a week working.
How long have you been in that role for?
I went full-time a year ago. So it's been a pretty big year. I've like traveled to the States a few times to shoot content with some big names. Like I make videos. It's been really fun.
Do you ever get judgment from peers and how do you overcome that? Or are you just like, I don't care?
No, I'm pretty lucky as a man. Not many people judge you for being a sex worker. Like I got
they have to bleep sex worker too. I can't imagine he has peers. That guy's literally peerless, walking around with a bowling pin. They wrote him up in Rolling Stone and the whole bit, this guy. The Girth Master.
The Girth Master. What a nickname to have.
$80,000 a month on OnlyFans. He's not a bad-looking dude. I mean, that other
compared
guy...
Compared to, like, the other
British
ones,
guy,
the British guy, the British guy looks like a
now I gotta
wish
look up
Matt
this
Berry.
guy, too.
This guy, I'll give you his stats. 8 inches in length, 7 inches around.
Oh.
So, this guy... Gab himself.
The eyebrows are back up.
Both of them this time. Yeah. You thought they were arching before.
No.
The Girth Master, with 2 R's. It's his handle online, and he apparently that video of the man in the street thing, they got about 87 million views on it, and then everybody started Googling him.
So he's probably making 90
grand
a month.
He was already making between 40 and 80 grand a month, and now it's going to go through the roof. He's a 30-year-old guy from Australia, and he's been doing OnlyFans for a couple of years.
I am always curious, what's the ratio of gay men to women that are, because I imagine there's not a lot of women that are subscribing to him.
Well, he said he mostly does boy-girl videos. Yeah. He doesn't have any interest in shooting stuff with other guys.
Right, but I'm saying like the people that subscribe are still...
Yeah. Right, that's what he said. He's like, he goes, I feel like if I shot gay content, I'd be ripping gay fans off because he didn't think that it would be ethical. But he said that his audience is majority male.
Mm-hmm.
He estimates only about 15% of that audience identifies as gay in real life. So there's a lot of curious dudes who want stuff from him, and now you can do it. You don't have to go lurking in the alleyways or anything. But this guy...
Well, how many guys do you think are just clicking to compare? Or just clicking because they're
Out of
so
curiosity,
interested.
like,
Yeah.
I don't
you
know,
wouldn't
man.
even do it to compare because you're like, okay, I see his stats in print here in Rolling Stone. I'm not even remotely close to that.
No one's ever called me girth master, so I don't think I need to
confirm.
Yeah, I don't need to run that race.
He started when he was 18 by posting a nude mirror selfie on Tumblr. Remember Tumblr?
Mm-hmm.
And he said that that was the first time that anybody told him that what he had was quite out of the ordinary. Because he's not running
Nights moment.
Yeah.
What you have is special.
I'm going to be a star. Yeah. So he, this is what he does for a living. People see it and they kind of want to investigate to see if I can actually live up to the claim. And in parentheses, the Rolling Stone author writes, he does. He used to be a pizza delivery boy. He was a baggage handler. He built
a baggage handler.
Still delivering.
Yeah.
Right.
He was building furniture, but he was struggling to make ends meet. And now he's making all kinds of ends. Yeah. Started, people said, you should do OnlyFans. And he started making serious money pretty quickly. But in the last 6 months, he has been pulling in about $40,000 a month.
Pretty impressive.
So he's, that would be strange because on the one hand, I was watching.
I think it takes two.
Well, I was watching a thing on the 25th anniversary of Family Guy, and it was a round table. It was Seth MacFarlane, it was Mila Kunis, it was Seth Green, all the principals, and Patrick Warburton, who was Putty on Seinfeld. He's done some things since then, but he's Joe. He's the guy in the wheelchair in Family Guy.
Right.
And he was talking about how his parents, because he grew up in a very conservative household, his mother tried to get Family Guy canceled, even though he was on it, because she was in one of these like family Christian American Television Council groups, right? Where they'd say that 1 million people wrote letters, but it was all a lie. It was like 10 people that would write all these letters. And he's like, my family was in this thing trying to get the show canceled, and I'm trying to tell them, I'm giving you money from this show, right? I'm paying for a lot of things because of this show. And I would think these people whose families have problems with them doing OnlyFans, they're like, I'm able to make a lot of money that I could help you guys out, by the way, from this. It seems very strange. I mean, because there must be a ceiling there. If you were to tell somebody, I'm on OnlyFans, and they go, oh, or whatever, like family members, right? At some point, there has to be a grudging respect at how much money you're pulling in. Because if you go, they go, how much you make? You go, I make a few $100 a month.
Like,
it still sounds sleazy.
Yeah.
They're like, If you go, well, last month I made $25,000.
They go,
They go, oh. So everybody's got that thing in their head, I guess, if they're uptight. If they start out at uptight, they eventually would get to a place where they go, well, as long as my little girl's happy, I thought that it was just a phase. I thought it was a passing thing, but she's really doing well. She just bought a house.
Bought us a house, bought us a Lexus,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Yeah. I got a break. You got to go.
I gotta go.
Thanks for hanging out. Happy birthday.
Thank you guys. Thanks for my cup.
Tell everybody where to find you on social media.
Yeah,
the
be
Gab
sure
Cruise
to-
Show is starting soon.
Yeah, subscribe to Cruisin' Cleveland, Kreuz. Cruisin' Cleveland on YouTube, and it'll be on my social media as well. It's like a cross between comedians in cars getting coffee and just my own twist of doing interviews.
No
and
coffee.
activities. No coffee.
Yeah, that's the twist.
So check it out.
Both
and
eyebrows.
Both eyebrows. I'm looking at you.
Yeah, right.
Go subscribe.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I think she also said you had like a specific request for your birthday, though. That you
What's
want
that?
everybody to go see me in Willoughby this Saturday.
Oh, yeah, sure did.
A specific request.
After you subscribe to Cruisin' Cleveland on
Yeah.
YouTube, be sure to check out Bill this weekend. What is it, Friday?
Saturday in Willoughby.
Saturday in Willoughby.
A garage bar?
Thanks, bud. Yep.
Uh-huh. Your birthday present to her is to go see Bill in Willoughby.
I'm just, just giving Gab what she wanted for her birthday.
Yeah.
Paying it forward.
Yes,
There's
exactly.
multiple things here.
Yeah.
All right. Good to see you, kid.
Thank you guys.
All
Thanks for
right.
having
We'll
me
take a break. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the
Open your free iHeart app and search NFL to start listening.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Clutch. They are on a co-headlining tour. WMMS presents Clutch and Rival Sons. It's called the Two-Headed Beast Tour. They're bringing Fu Manchu with them. Boy, they're good. All three of them. Dynamite. It's going to happen Thursday night, September the 19th, out at Jacobs Pavilion. AXS.com. Want the full details. Right now, just worry about being caller number 10, and you'll get these tickets. 2 for Clutch, Rival Sons, Fu Manchu. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire. Evacuate. You'd prepare for a hurricane. But there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you here in about 10 minutes. About 30 past every hour, you get one of these keywords. From the Buzzard Bookie, so 4:30 and 5:30 are going to be your last two chances today. We'll dip out a couple minutes early. 6:10 is your Guardians game tonight. Second of 3 against the Red Sox. 4-1 was the Guardians' win last night. They're still the best team in the MLB, yeah?
Correct.
The Guardians?
Yes.
Good for them.
They're doing real good stuff.
And I don't know that anybody is close to, well, I guess the Yankees are close.
The Yankees are close.
But Braves are great. They're going to go to Atlanta after this run and play the Braves. So those will be good games. They'll be a fun series. Who do the Braves have? Bo Jackson?
Yeah, Bo Jackson is who they have. The guy that retired in like 1990. Because his body fell apart.
Aaron Bummer? They got a guy named Aaron Bummer. Oh.
Ozuna, I believe it is.
Aaron Bummer. Bad luck for Bummer tonight. On a Max Fried or Freed. Oh, they got Chris Sale? Oh, man. You want to talk about falling from the heights. I mean, not the heights, but I mean, I loved him on the White Sox. And then he went to the Red Sox. And now he's with the Braves. All right, anyway, so there you go. There's the rundown. They got a guy named Bummer. We don't have anybody named Bummer.
No.
And that's good. That just put bad thoughts into your head. Bummer.
Yeah, Ronald Acuna Jr., I think, is their biggest star
That's their
player.
big guy?
And then Marcelo Ozuna, he's real good.
Okay.
Yeah, they got a good roster.
Good. Jesse Chavez, wasn't he in NSYNC?
I don't know.
Oh.
The people that would know are not on the show today.
Oh, okay.
Or anymore.
All right.
I know that Justin Timberlake was in the sync.
Yep. But it's probably very unlikely that a guy who was in NSYNC is now on the
baseball player?
Braves roster. Yeah. Joe Jimenez.
Uh-huh.
All right. Anyway, I like the names. I'm mostly into football for the names. I don't really care about the names in baseball. I'm into football for the names.
A little too Hispanic for you there, Alan?
No, it's great. I just it's not out of the ordinary, There's nothing that really jumps out at you. Alan Gabb is funny to watch when you guys are talking about sex stuff. Yeah, that's not necessarily her wheelhouse, and when she's here, she's a guest, and I'm sure she wants to keep it, above board and professional. And Sandra could be Alan's mom, but Alan doesn't want to see his mother happy. Shut up. Boy, Sandra's a trip.
Ah, Sandra's great.
82, and now I can
Yeah.
talk about it.
Now
All the
she's-
giant peen I had back in the day.
She's not saying all. She's just saying that one particular gentleman.
You think she's talking about her husband who passed away?
I don't.
You think that's
I think she's talking about somebody else.
Oh, man.
Good for her, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, there has been, it's purely by accident that there's been that much conversation about that kind of stuff today. But I was also reading the Billie Eilish thing, where Billie Eilish says that, well, she has a new song coming. You know, Billie Eilish says that she never wanted to talk about her sexuality. A lot of celebrities say that. I didn't want it to be a topic of conversation because when that is a thing, or when it is confirmed one way or the other, that's what people want to talk to you about, when all I want to talk about is my music, blah, blah, blah. So Billie Eilish sits down with Rolling Stone. She's got a new song coming out called Lunch. Guess what that's about?
Munch.
Her, yeah, that's right. Her and another girl. And her quote was, I've been in love with girls my whole life. I just didn't understand until last year I realized I wanted my face in a vagina. So I guess if there was any speculation before, there isn't any speculation anymore. I think all she's ever said is she likes boys and girls. But part of that also probably comes from getting older a little bit. She's still very young. Getting older and getting more comfortable in the public eye. You know, for a long time, obviously, she's wearing garbage bags because she didn't want people talking about her body. A young girl. And when I took my older daughter to see Billie Eilish in Detroit a couple of years ago, I think that was my first post-COVID show. So it's an arena, sold out, obviously. It's an arena full of people not wearing masks. And at the time, it felt awesome, but it felt very strange. Because all anybody's thinking is, we're all going to go home sick from this show. As far as my daughter and I were concerned, there were no ill effects. But that was also when Billie Eilish, that was like the tail end of her wearing like giant baggy clothes. And so anyway, not leaving a whole lot to the imagination, and I think that's good. Her new song is called Lunch. And now I want to hear it. Billie Eilish is, again, I don't have any of her music. That show was fantastic.
She's a good performer.
Fantastic.
She's very talented.
Even though I might not have known every song, I knew more than I thought that I did, but there wasn't one part of that I didn't like. And so I don't know when the new stuff comes out, but it sounds like Lunch is going to be it's going to be a great song.
It's going to be a big hit.
It's going to be a big hit. Hey, Billie Eilish's brand new song here is called Lunch, and it's not about
it's not about Lunchables. It's not about a cardboard tasting pizza.
Yeah, it's not that. But, by the way, I did want to mention this because I got a message from him last night, and I want to point people to it verbally rather than having them just stumble upon it. A listener of ours, longtime listener named Joe, he's called in a handful of times. He's sent some funny texts along the way. I posted the link, if you go to the Alan Cox Show Facebook page, I posted the link to their GoFundMe. His family, their entire house burned down, and they lost everything in it.
Oh, no.
They lost their clothes. They lost their belongings. They lost their pets. The family is fine. He and his wife and his 3 kids are fine, but they got wiped out.
That sucks.
So there is a GoFundMe that I linked. He emailed me, goes, hey, man, would you mind? And I said, not at all. So I put the link up at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page. If you are able to do anything along those lines for them, be greatly appreciated. He and his wife, Sophia. Everybody's fine, but obviously 3 kids, they're super bummed about losing their pets, and they lost everything in the house fire. So basically, the clothes that they were wearing are what they have. I guess one of their pets still alive, but kind of just hanging on.
Oh, man. That's,
so anyway,
oof.
yeah. What wasn't destroyed in the fire was damaged by the recovery or the excessive smoke damage. And so there are photos attached, and it just looks horrible. So anyway, I wanted to post that at our Facebook page and tell you guys about it in case that was something that you wanted to be involved in. Let me give you some money here. It is $1,000. It is courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. $1,000 to put in your pocket or do something nice with it. Second to last chance today to win, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, that song Lunch is about roast beef.
That makes sense.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about it other than what she has said. I'm not going to speculate on it. You know, talking about the Girth Master is one of those conversations that makes me quite wistful that we don't have our little pound cake around anymore. Because he really would have gone to town. He really would have enjoyed.
Oh, for sure.
Finding the digital, and he would have found it too. He had a nose for news, boy.
He probably would have known about it before he would have been like,
Yeah,
I
right.
seen that. Seen that a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Showed him my alerts.
That's right. Alan and Wilhelmina refer to her downstairs many years ago as a spaghetti lunch. A pasta lunch. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pasta lunch is how she described the scent of her underwear, I believe. Calls, you can leave them anytime. People who don't listen on the app, maybe, because you can leave messages there, but some people are just more prone to leaving voicemails. After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Alan, this is Derek America. You were talking about Art Bell. What a wild guy. Back in the 1990s, he would talk about aliens and remote viewing, star children. What was the best, though, is Art used to sell HGH, and this was around the steroid era in baseball as well. But back then, you could buy HGH from Art Bell on his coast-to-coast advertising.
That's amazing.
And, yeah, I got really big and strong, and then my balls fell off, and I lost all my hair, and my brain grew very big. But I have Art Bell to thank. Have a good one.
Oh, boy. Hey, thanks. Oh. Art Bell. Yeah, we were talking about...
Yeah, you become a cryptid.
What's it? You become a cryptid, yeah. That show, yeah, Coast to Coast AM, it's been a guy named George Norrie for a long time. Art Bell retired like in 2003, and then he died just a few years ago. He had accidental overdose of a bunch of prescription drugs that he had, I guess. Of course, I don't know if it's accidental if you have half a dozen of them in your body. I don't know. But he used to live, for people who are hip to Art Bell, doing that overnight kind of UFO, werewolf, Loch Ness Monster type show. With the most unassuming name of all time, by the way. These days, if you had a show like that, and lots of people do, you'd call it something that kind of told you what it was. That show was just called Coast to Coast because that's what people are calling in. He was in a trailer in the middle of the desert in Nevada doing that show. I think he owned a radio station, and he would just do it from there. But he got tired of doing it about 20 years ago and handed the reins over to a guy named George Norrie. I remember when I used to hear those HGH commercials because when I first moved to Michigan, my first full-time gig, I got hired to do nights. I only did it for a few months until they moved me to afternoons, but I got hired to do 8 to midnight. And back in the mid-'90s, we had 3 radio stations in the group I worked for. We had 2 FMs and an AM. There was just an automated AM station, and we ran Art Bell. So 8 to midnight, when my show was over, I had to do, back in the day, we had to do something called meter readings, where you had to go and you had charts, you had sheets of paper, and you had to look at the transmission meters, and you had to write down those readings because these were documents the radio stations had to have in case the FCC came calling, to make sure that you weren't going outside your designated, reach or frequency. And so I'd go in to our AM station, and I'd have to do meter readings. And I was transfixed by those Art Bell commercials because he had a real smoker's cough kind of laugh, Art Bell, and you'd hear him talking about HGH. He'd also talk about something called Fat Whacker. And again,
that's what I call myself.
These are basically still the same kinds of products that people sell now, right? They're like, what a burn fat. It was called Fat Whacker, but it was one of these like, you can sleep and burn fat.
Don't wear that fat. Whack it. With Fat Whacker.
Art Bell making fun of Fat Whacker. But what is it? Because, Alex Jones didn't get rich telling you that 9/11 was an inside job. Alex Jones got rich selling supplements, selling sawdust capsules or whatever else. What is it about fans of those kinds of shows? Is it because you're already talking to a gullible audience? And so you go, oh, you got to get this brain wave blocker 5,000 or whatever.
I think there's probably a lot of market research. Like, oh, the people that are into the conspiracies and stuff like that will fall for the snake oil because, HGH, though, that actually has results.
Right.
You're getting that. And then a lot of the diet pills that you take, the Fat Whacker, that's usually just some sort of meth. Like, that's some sort of, so like, it's, or like caffeine pills or something that's just going to be an appetite suppressant. So there is results that could happen if you use it correctly, but I think there's something about like knowing something that isn't mainstream that makes them go, that should work for me.
Is that what it is?
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
Yeah, because he was doing that before Alex Jones, boy. Obviously there's plenty of negative side effects for HGH. But
like
what?
Like what?
You get boobies,
and that's a negative.
You might get cancer.
Alan.
Well, I get. Let me ask you: do you want boobies? Because I don't.
No.
You get like your arms all, there's parts of you that swell up and parts of you that shrink. But Art Bell. Okay.
Alan, Aaron from Canton, getting caught up regarding the multi-movement works, when to clap, when not to clap. Typically, you do not want to clap until the entire work has been completed. If you're not sure when that is, just check the program. You'll see how many movements there are in a piece, and you would applaud appropriately at the end. Hope that helps.
Well, yeah, except I couldn't tell what was one piece and what was another piece. We're talking about this, my daughter's orchestral performance over the weekend, where the songs were so long and they would pause in between. Like, I didn't know how many movements were in the piece. I couldn't tell what they were singing. Half the songs are like in German. Some of them are in English. I don't know what the hell is going on.
That's why you just kind of wait and see what everybody else does.
Yeah.
And I think that's why everybody waited so long to clap, because they're like, all right, I think it's done, but I don't want to be the one that starts it. And then we start at the wrong time. So you just kind of sit there in the silence for a minute and then go, all right, now we can clap. Now it's over.
Yeah, because what happened was there was a guy in the back who yelled bravo, and then everybody. But that must have been a guy who knew what was going on. Maybe that was like one of the other music professors or something. Because somebody else said, well, and again, it sounds really stupid of me to not even know because I've gone to so many of these, but normally the conductor will turn around and signal that that's the end of it. At the end of this, the guy stood with his back to the audience for like a good 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And so I'm
he's drinking it in. He wants that silence.
Is he okay?
Because he's comfortable in the silence.
Was great.
Silence is golden.
That's right. It was great.
And he's like, everybody feel the emotion of it. I think that's actually a pro move to sit there and not immediately turn around and beg for the applause and just sit there and say, hey, I'm going to let everybody just sit in this and understand what they just saw and let them have emotions about it and sit there quietly rather than just mindlessly start clapping and cheering. Yeah.
Well, at that point, everybody's emotions were, I want to get the hell out of here.
Oh, yeah, that's what they always are. But
Yeah.
You still got to pretend like it's the
Because he
greatest
was
thing you've ever seen.
He was the only one on stage facing the same way as the audience. And so, obviously, everybody's looking at him. So he must have been drinking it in.
Mm-hmm.
Last performance of the semester, last performance period for a lot of those kids that were going on to... Did I mention the Korean kid who had to go back home for the military? Did I talk about that here?
I don't know.
So the conductor at the beginning of the performance, as tradition dictates, they have the students stand up who are done after that night. They're seniors, they're graduating, they're going to either go on to a performance career, they're going to go to grad school, they're going to be a music teacher, whatever. One guy, he says, is going back home, a kid in the cello section is going back home to Korea to serve in the military. His mandatory service, going back home to Korea, which will obviously postpone whatever his musical career would be. The conductor is Spanish, and so he had a very thick accent. And so when he said serve in the military, Nora, my little one, thought he said surf in the military, and she was thrilled.
She's like, you get to surf
she goes,
in the military?
He's going to go surf in the military? And I go, no, surf. But I just love the image of the guy on a surfboard with like, an M16 or something.
Now,
defending Korea.
I think I might have a little gem of a movie for Nora if she likes surfing that much and violence. It's from the 90s. And it's called Surf Ninjas.
Oh, yeah.
And it's about these brothers that are gifted with the ability of being... One of them has more of like a telekinetic type thing where he can play a video game and control people. I don't know. It's a really bad movie. But
is this a Chuck Norris thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's, what's the dude's name? He was in...
Rob Schneider's in it.
Leslie
Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen's the bad guy. And what's the guy's... Ernie Reyes Jr.
Okay.
Is the
I don't know
star.
Ernie Reyes Jr.
So he was in a few movies in the early 2000s. He was in Ninja Turtles 2.
Okay.
Secret of the Ooze. He was in this. He did a few other things, but it's a fun, stupid kids movie. And if she likes ninjas and she likes surfing, this might be right up her alley.
Yeah, okay. She might. Surf Ninjas.
And it's like over-the-top, silly slapstick humor.
1993.
Yeah.
Rob Schneider.
There's an opening scene where, Ernie
so you were a little
Reyes
kid when
Jr.'s-
you saw
yeah,
this.
Ernie Reyes Jr.'s character was kind of, a goof-off, and he was supposed to do a presentation for the Baba Ram that was coming to visit, and they just ended up singing Beach Boys' Barbara Ann to Ba 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 Rob.
I get it.
Great humor when I was a kid.
Yeah, sure. Well, it was made for kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably Leslie Nielsen grinning the whole time and Rob Schneider being goofy.
Well, Leslie Nielsen plays like a partially like robotic bad guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got like these synthetic robotic arms, and half his face is they got a mask on it. And,
oh, I see.
But it's always malfunctioning for, the humor of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I've got to take a break. You want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like, AlanCoxShow.com. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
will again not be their year. They are the snubbed.
Snubbed
again.
Snubbed again this year.
The band's not yet welcomed into the hallowed halls of Cleveland's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame snub.
So, this weekend, the Buzzard will honor the outcast.
Biggest snub.
It's bullshit.
From Alice in Chains to White Zombie and all the snubbed in between.
They got snubbed again.
With Snubble Shots. Back-to-back songs from the Rock Hall's biggest snubs.
Rejected by the Rock Hall.
Snubble Shots. All this weekend on 100.7 Snubble UMMS.
Universal Windows most direct.
Hey there, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen in Menor. Looking for a brand new ride? You can't do better than Classic VW. Just out there last week looking around. They're right on Tyler Boulevard, and they really are going to have the perfect ride for whatever point in your life you're at. You got a brood traveling with you. They got the super comfy Atlas. You want something zippy to get around in. They got smaller models for you. Looking for a brand new EV. That ID4 is sweet. 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan, finely crafted ride, and you can get yourself 0% for 60 months for well-qualified buyers through Volkswagen Credit. You get it all with that 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan or whatever else you're looking for. Get online and find your next ride at driveclassicvw.com.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
If you're like me, you love a great deal. And that's what you're going to get at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer. We're discounting over 800 new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Forte, and Telluride. Buy with as low as 0% APR financing for 60 months, 0 down. Or just sign and drive a new Kia from $259 lease per month, like a 24 Forte LXS, 36 months with no security deposit required, $259 a month, 0 due at signing. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, regardless of what you owe. At Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
$1,667 per thousand financed on a 24 Kia EV6, lease 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year, plus tax, tag, title, and dot fee on approved credit through KMF. #1 overall retail Kia sales in the central region from 1/1 to 12/31/23 for Kia Motors year-end sales report expires 4/30/24.
Hey guys, Sansbury here with the weather warming up and the weekend not all that far off. That's when we get the time to ourselves to do what we want. Maybe head out to the lake, pull some fish into the boat. And this feels like a perfect opportunity to remind you about the Busch Light Tackle Box Packs. Those are available at your local retailers right now. You can grab them throughout March and April. And those Busch Light Tackle Box Packs featuring 4 different fish types on those cans: crappie, catfish, bass, and mahi-mahi too. You can see yourself already, right? Out there on Edgewood Pier, rod in your hand, Busch Light in the other. That sounds like the perfect way to end a long week and unwind to me. And with those Busch Light Tackle Box Packs available throughout March and April from Busch Light, the perfect companion for your fishing weekend. And I know some of you don't wait till the weekend to go fishing. You're sitting there thinking, man, I'm going to go on a Wednesday. Well, that Busch Light Tackle Box Pack will get you through that afternoon as well. Stop by your local retailer and pick up a Busch Light Tackle Box Pack available throughout March and April from Busch Light. Please enjoy responsibly, must be 21 or over. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Protect your dream home with American Family Insurance. And you can weather any storm. You'll also save up to 25% by bundling home, auto, and life. American Family Insurance. Get a quote. Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Discounts may not apply to all coverages on an auto or home policy. Discounts do not apply to life insurance policies. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, American Family Life Insurance Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Seiko AEI Polymers in Aurora is expanding and is hiring right now with immediate full-time production openings for operators. Operators earn $30.84 an hour, plus shift premiums for nights. Outstanding hourly pay, full benefits, 401k match, and tuition reimbursement. Apply today online at SACOAEI.com. That's SACOAEI.com. Equal Opportunity Employer.
Check out Applebee's newest handcrafted burger, the new Whole Lotta Bacon Burger. It's big, bold, and full of bacon. The new Whole Lotta Bacon Burger takes flavor to the next level for only $9.99 for a limited time. See you at Applebee's. See location for details.
Lorain County Community College is your college. And no matter where you end up earning your degree, we want you to get closer to the finish line. There's no better way to get ahead or get back on track than taking summer classes. This summer, take a few general education classes with us and transfer when you're ready. You can turn to LCCC. We'll prepare you for the jobs of the future. Lorain County Community College, always here, always ready. Enroll today.
It's time for the 2024 NFL Draft, and iHeart is your home for the NFL Podcast Network. Get all the insights, mock drafts, and trade rumors. Listen to NFL podcasts on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Let's go!
Open your free iHeart app and search NFL to start listening.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Kia of Bedford's got what you need. Low payments, quick and easy financing, and lifetime engine warranty on your new Kia purchase. Right now, lease a new 2024 Kia Forte LXS for just $169 a month for 36 months. $169 a month. See the KOB team today on the Bedford Auto Mile or go to KiaofBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Lease through KMF 556 with a Grant 10 miles Kia 3495 due signing plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Offer expires 4/30.
Hey, it's Alan. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your old car, no matter what shape it's in. So do a good thing without cutting into your schedule at all. Just go to carsforkids.org today. And remember, that's cars with a K.
At Mr. Hero, we know the value of $1. And that's why we're offering our bacon cheeseburger bud for just $1 with the purchase of any sandwich. When you're in the mood for something different and delicious, head to Mr. Hero.
I crave the hero.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, gas, hybrid, electric, what's the right choice?
With Claiborne and Ford, you have the freedom of choice. Select from over 600 new Fords, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, F-150, gas, hybrid, electric, buy or lease.
The Claiborne team will help me make the right choice for me.
Spot on. That will never change at Claiborne. Selection, value, and putting the customer first for 50 years.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if your child suffered a serious birth injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. 71 South after Royalton Road, Route 82, an accident reported there. In North Canton, the exit ramp remains closed due to a traffic collision. 77 South off-ramp to Shuffle Road. Traffic is stopping and going from Lobby. And traveling the Turnpike westbound, a commercial truck fire. An accident takes out 2 right lanes before the 480 North Ridgeville Toll Plaza. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Ken's Park Hill Roofing.
Mike Snyder for Ken's Park Hill Roofing. Notice wet spots in your attic, ice buildup on your eaves and gutters? It's time to have your roof taken care of before the spring rains hit. Call Park Hill today.
Ken's Park Hill Roofing, home of the one-day roof.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello. We're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Little King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Flamethrower. Hey, we should go in on one of these robot dogs, by the way.
Robot dogs?
Yeah, I was reading a thing this morning. You can buy in 48 states. I think Maryland and California, you're out of luck. But there's something called the Terminator that is legal in 48 states. I don't know how it is. Maybe they're hoping it'll be prohibitively expensive, but you can buy. The Terminator is the first flamethrower-wielding robot dog, and it's under 10 grand.
Well, I can't wait to be killed by one of these in the future.
You know, one of those Boston Dynamics looking dogs, you know?
Oh, it's an Ohio company, too.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Robot dog with a flamethrower. It's for $9,420. Now available for purchase. A quadruped robot with an arc flamethrower mounted to its back, fueled by gasoline or napalm. It's got a 1-hour battery, a 30-foot flame-throwing range, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity. You know, you don't need to be right there when you're sicking your flamethrower robot dog. I felt like I was getting trolled by this story at first, because how is this legal in 48 states? 48.
This is America, Alan.
Yeah, I get it. I'll show you a little here if you're watching the live stream. A robot dog with a flamethrower.
I can understand why it's not legal in California, for sure.
Well, yeah. Running around. I mean, those are so creepy. Those robot dogs are just creepy on their own, you know? And you put a flamethrower on the back to deliver on-demand fire anywhere. Well, you know what? Maybe fire departments will use these for controlled burns. Is that a thing? Don't they do controlled burns?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, this is going to have applications. These companies don't make these just for the consumer market. They make them for military applications, and they get you excited for it by going, hey, you could have one of these. Maybe that's why it's legal in 48 states, because of police and military applications.
Now I am become death.
The Oppenheimer quote. Oh, my God. Very much of the moment. It's pretty exciting, though.
Yeah.
Right? Fill your robotic quadruped with napalm.
Never have to rake your leaves again.
Honey, what's going on out there? You go to
Wait, this isn't how Joe's house burned down, was it?
No, I certainly hope not.
His neighbor got a robot dog with a flamethrower on it.
Yeah.
Things got out of hand.
The Terminator. You go to throwflame.com. And for only for the princely sum of $9,420, you can have one. See, I want to know more. It says ready for anything: wildfire control and prevention, agricultural management, ecological conservation, snow and ice removal, or entertainment and special effects. It is pretty cool. They call it the future of fire delivery. You know, how often have you wanted fire delivered, but you didn't have any flints or matches? You couldn't get the two sticks to rub together with any success.
This might be the thing that finally gets me into cigars. I get one of these, get some cigars, and light my cigars with my flame-throwing, my $10,000 flame-throwing robot dog.
You just have people over and you go, all right, stand here. Now stand right here. Don't move. Put a cigar in their mouth. Do you name it?
Yeah.
What do you name it?
I don't know, something fire-related. What's a good fire name?
Spot? I don't know.
Sparky.
There you go,
there
Sparky.
You go, Sparky.
Because, you know, it was a few years ago that Elon Musk was making a big deal about the fact that his company was making flamethrowers, and he was selling them. He sold like 10,000 of them in a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
Flamethrowers are not specifically regulated in those 48 states.
Oh, you're talking about the actual flamethrowers, not just the Teslas that catch on fire.
Yeah, the Cybertrucks that burst into flame. No, actual handheld flamethrowers. Flamethrowers are not considered firearms. Boy, great pun.
Mm-hmm.
They're not considered firearms by federal agencies, even though they are literally firearms.
They're more like fire hands. I don't know.
Yeah. In Maryland, flamethrowers require a federal firearms license, and in California, the range cannot exceed 10 feet. Well, you're going to get more than 10 feet with this. So, yeah, I'm curious because you have to think Elon Musk, allegedly, the guy, everything he says is nonsense, but he allegedly sold 10,000 flamethrowers. But there has been a serious dearth, from what I've seen, of really cool flamethrower videos. I haven't seen a lot of, nobody's gone viral with one of their handheld flamethrower videos. Maybe I'm not subscribing to the right channels.
I mean, I feel like
It's
I
more
saw
likely.
some people posting with them when he first sold them, but I don't feel like I've seen any of those videos in years.
People like Sparky. That's pretty good. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, Alan, these things are going to get jacked by strangers and ignite their owners. Back in the day, before Wi-Fi and all that, the most fun you could have is if you had a neighbor that had the exact same garage door opener that you did, because you could drive by and open their garage. That's like some old school hacking, not even hacking. You just
some
coincidentally, it worked.
Happenstance.
Yeah, synchronicity, happenstance. Alan Bill is absolutely correct. Surf Nazis is awesome.
No, Surf Ninjas.
Or sorry, Surf Ninjas. I'm thinking of Surf Nazis Must Die. That's a good movie, too. I think Sybil Danning is in that.
I don't know if that one's as
kid-friendly.
appropriate for kids, yeah.
Hey, listen, you've got to tell the kids.
Is Rob Schneider in Surf Nazis as well?
He might be in the update. I don't know. You got to get kids on board with hating Nazis. Surf Nazis Must Die. Show that to your family. Get them in the right frame of mind. Just watched Surf Ninjas with my family. Rick and Cuyahoga Falls. They loved it. But you can't stream it anywhere. You got to buy the DVD from Amazon.
Oh.
That's how they get you. They get everybody excited about Surf Ninjas.
Right.
But you can't stream it.
That is a bummer when you can't find something streaming that you want.
It's crazy that there are things that aren't streaming.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just because of licensing and legal stuff. But, it was only recently that you could start streaming Payback with Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
For a long
same
time.
With
it wasn't.
Ransom.
Yeah.
That's only recently been on streaming. Freddy Got Fingered is still not streaming. That one's not. Just had Tom Green in here, and
yeah.
I bet if they put Freddy Got Fingered on Netflix, it would be number one. It would move right up the ranks. People would go crazy for it just because it's so absurd.
Alan, my friend, is a flamethrower, and they are considered gardening tools because it's sold to kill weeds in your yard.
Oh.
What gardening tools?
Gardening.
Well, now all they have to do is, they just need to redefine guns. Not like we have very many regulations as it is, but people like to pretend we have all these regulations. But could be a way to defend yourself without killing anyone. Send it out, shoot a little fire, scare people off. Yeah. Yeah, but fire, I'll tell you what, it doesn't like to be controlled. That's why people are so enamored of it and amazed by it. The elemental power of fire, right? It's primal.
Right.
You get out there and you're like, I'll just get this guy a little bit with my dog. And then the guy's engulfed in flames.
Mm-hmm.
Something went wrong. The wind shifted.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you just picked up a murder charge.
Hey, Rick Dalton was able to keep his house safe from some murderous hippies.
Yeah.
So I feel like.
But he did it with a knife, didn't he? Or he punched him? Or what?
No. So you're thinking of Cliff. Cliff
Right.
was,
okay. Right.
No, Rick Dalton had the.
Rick Dalton was DiCaprio.
He had the flamethrower from 14 Fists of McCluskey in his shed.
I don't remember that. I gotta watch that again.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in America.
I recommend the
or
novel.
in Hollywood, right?
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, I also recommend the novelization of it as well, written by Tarantino.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's very good.
I like that he just 86'd his last movie.
Dude, I'm bummed by that.
It was written, and they were going to cast it, and he goes, I don't like this. I'm going to do something else.
I think what I read is he's nervous that whatever he puts out is going to end up getting exclusively streamed, and he does not want that. So he didn't have the right language in his contract to keep that from happening. So he's like, no, not doing this.
Oh, I see.
But it was also supposed to be kind of a sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and I think that was another thing that he kind of wanted to steer away from after the more he thought about it, because it was about Cliff Booth becoming a director because he's actually really into movies.
Right.
You get a lot of that backstory in the novel about how much he really enjoys films.
You can buy Freddy Got Fingered on Apple or Google Play.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know it was...
Well, that's what Google's telling me. Alan, Surf Ninjas is entertaining, but it is terrible.
Yeah, I never
it is
said
a
it's
terrible.
good. Yeah, it is a bad movie.
Even for kids?
I mean, like,
or
I
as
loved
a grown
it
up,
when I was a
it
kid.
sucks.
As a grown up, I'm sure it sucks.
Yeah.
But as a kid, especially in that age, in that era where they were just everything was ninjas. It was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
And three ninjas,
three
right?
ninjas,
Yeah.
surf ninjas. Just karate could not be stopped.
Yeah, they were trying to get kids into karate studios.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's new. I didn't know that they had Freddy Got Fingered as an option to stream anywhere. So, wait, is it on Disney Plus?
Hi, Ellen. I just wanted to let you guys know that I had a dream again about you last night. I haven't been in town, so I haven't really been able to listen. However, I had a dream about you guys talking about the whole finger joke, and Mary explained it in my dream. Not the whole finger, the one next to it. I literally had a dream about this last night, so I wanted you guys to know that you're in my stream of unconsciousness as well. Bye.
How do you like that?
I love that voice.
Shannon, right? Whoa, man. See, it ruins it, though, when you meet him. She's very, very sweet, and her husband couldn't be nicer. But, until then, you just have... It's much like people who don't know what we look like, right? They've never met us. They just hear us, and they go, what are these god-awful voices coming out of this speaker? A lot of times, that same experience happens with us. We'll meet somebody, and we go, oh, my voice. And she's lovely, but... Hey, Duke, hello. Hi, Duke.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
I'm hanging in there, pal. What's up?
Oh, it's good. Another day on the right side of the dirt, buddy. Hey, we all love our women, and they're fabulous creatures, but they are strange and unusual as our men. But I'll tell you a little thing that happened with my wife. She came out, and she had a new dress on. And she said, does this dress make me look fat? And what are you going to say? I said, you're going to get mad at me. She says, no, I won't get mad at you. I said, you promise you won't get mad at me? She says, I promise. I said, okay, I had sex with your sister.
Classic.
Because it had nothing to do with the dress. Oh, come on. All right, thank you, Duke.
Hey, you, buddy.
Oh, Duke. You think he really had sex with his sister-in-law?
Yes.
Alan, Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening to the podcast live, and you're discussing the orchestral performance your daughter was in, and your youngest daughter mentioning that they're surfing in the military. I just wanted to let you know that there are professional teams, surfers, boxers, almost any sport. Each branch of the military has their own professional teams, and they compete against each other, much like how the Navy football and the Army football teams do. Just want to let you know. Anyways, hate the show. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Rich. And that's why, if you recall in Apocalypse Now, Charlie Don't Surf, that's how they were going to beat the Vietnamese. Charlie didn't surf, but we did. A military surfing team was going to win the war, and God bless America.
We should really settle more things through competition that doesn't kill people rather than all this war stuff.
Surfing competitions.
Yes, the surfing industrial complex needs to overtake the military industrial complex.
Right. Well, we got to get all of the surfboard companies on board.
Well, also, there's got to be something for the countries that don't have a coast as well.
Oh, the landlocked
Yeah,
countries.
Yeah, maybe some skiing or just something that, we'll settle things on the slopes rather than in warfare.
Yeah. Well, let's get
have Israel and Gaza even talked about this?
about surfing.
Yeah.
Well, when they say from the river to the sea, that's what I assume they're talking about. We need to get
We'll settle this on the beach.
I'll see you at dawn, bruh.
Yeah.
We need to get the big names in surfing together and have like the Laird Hamiltons and the Kelly Slaters, and we got to get these guys together and have kind of like a Yalta conference, but of surf aficionados. Might be onto something there. I've got to take a break. If you're into the band Our Last Night, they're coming to Cleveland, and I'll have tickets for you when we get back. They're doing the Covers Only tour, bringing a couple other bands with them. It is May 10th at the Agora, so that's just a couple of weeks away. But if you want to go, I'll hook you up here shortly. And then 5:30 is your very last chance today to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Guardians, Red Sox, tonight 6:10. We'll get out of here a couple minutes early. Make room for your first pitch, and then they will hit the road. They'll go to Atlanta to play the Braves. They'll go to Houston to play those cheating Astros.
Those Astros suck this year.
Do they?
Yeah. They're not White Sox bad, but they're bad.
Nobody is White Sox bad.
Historically bad.
Yeah.
Crap sacks.
Well, by the way, as of this past weekend, I don't want you to sleep on the fact that your Cleveland Monsters are in the playoffs, too.
That's right.
If you're a hockey fan, they clinched the North Division Championship. They beat the Toronto Marlies 3-1 and clinched their first North Division Championship title in franchise history. So now they're going to go.
They won the Calder Cup before they won the division?
That's what I couldn't figure out. I'm like,
Yeah.
that is very strange. Because they have won a Calder Cup, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Same year as the Cavs, the 2016.
Right.
Big year.
They were in the shadow of the Cavaliers, but yeah, I couldn't figure that. I'm like, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I guess it is possible to do that. So your Cleveland Monsters, Cold Steel on ice. They're in the playoffs. Killing it. Hey, Chris, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man? How are you?
Not too bad. I've been a fan for a really long time. I actually just moved to Cleveland, though. I used to listen to you like 20 years ago in Pittsburgh. And it was probably one of the highlights of my day when somebody would call in to screw with you, and you literally would either make them cry or get so upset they would just scream obscenities and hang up.
Yeah. Well, I had a much more adversarial relationship with my audience back then, Chris. Now I'm all about the love, baby. All about the love. You just moved to Cleveland from Pittsburgh, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your hometown?
I was from Butler, lived in Pittsburgh for a while, and now I'm in Cleveland. So
A work brought you here, or a woman?
Work, actually.
Work, yeah, okay. Okay, well, listen, glad to have you back, Chris.
Yeah, as soon as I heard you, I was like, I gotta call in. This can't be real, because I haven't heard you in it's been 15 years or something.
Yep, left Pittsburgh, went back home to Chicago for a few years, and then came to Cleveland. So, yeah. Okay, thank you, Chris.
Well, yeah, I look forward to listening to you.
Thank you, pal.
All right, keep those expectations low.
Oh, he knows. Like he says, he goes back 20 years with me. Yeah, that's always, I've been doing this for a long time, and when you're faced with that, it can be very strange. Probably a year or so ago, I was taking my daughter to soccer. She was in some soccer skills class before her season started. She had played my younger daughter had played soccer for a few years, and this guy walks up to me. It's a guy with a couple of little kids and a wife, and I'm just sitting there. I'm probably scrolling on my phone or something while she's out doing whatever she's doing. This is an indoor thing at that what's that place in Rocky River, the Sports Force Complex or whatever?
Something like that.
Yeah, so it's not outside. And this guy walks over, a grown man walks over, and he goes, "Are you Alan Cox?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Dude," he goes, "I used to listen to you." God, what did he say? "I used to listen to you in junior high, high school in Pittsburgh." And I go, "Hey, thanks, man. This is a dude now who's got kids."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Oh, right.
Long time, man.
Long time."
You know how many, I've been, in May, it's going to be 20 years of doing stand-up comedy, and there's a new faction of young comics that have been alive less than I've been doing comedy.
Right.
Like 19 and 18-year-olds that are like, yeah, how long you doing comedy? I'm like, since before you were born. It's, yeah.
Oh, you're going to have more competition, by the way.
Oh.
Mary's not here today, but, Mary has been, she's prone to lamenting the fact that it can be a very crowded field where she is. Everybody's got it's not as bad as L.A., where a waiter has a friggin' script treatment under his arm. But, everybody's jockeying for position in the comedy community. They're trying to get time on stage, trying to get scripts done. They're trying to do this. They're trying to do that. Well, one more person, an unlikely person, has entered the fray. Somebody who's pivoting into her comedy career. Padma Lakshmi. You know who Padma Lakshmi is?
Yeah, she's a chef, right?
Super foxy,
Yeah.
not a chef, but she hosted Top Chef for like 20 years with Tom Colicchio over there on Bravo. And she has been developing a comedy series with Paul Feig. He's the guy behind Bridesmaids and Freaks and Geeks that she will produce and star in.
What's the Barefoot Contessa?
That's a different woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she is a chef. But Padma Lakshmi, she used to be married to Salman Rushdie. She's, I think, super hot. She's probably my age, maybe, a little bit younger. They say she's
53,
a regular.
yeah.
Well, how old is she?
53.
Oh, older than me.
Yeah, a little
I
older than
thought she
you,
was younger than me. She's a regular at the Comedy Cellar. And she said, she's cameoed on SNL and things like that. She's been taking classes at UCB. She has been doing a sold-out show called Padma Puts on a Comedy Show with funny people, Michelle Buteau and Jabuki Young-White, and, So they're in the mix there in New York. She is starting from scratch with her comedy career. So,
I mean, I'm sure she's got chops from just being a host. I think that translates well to being a stage performer, and she is a writer as well. So this is kind of a natural move.
Anytime I've seen her try to be funny, I shouldn't say try, be funny on Top Chef, it was always bone dry, which I like.
Right.
It can go right over everyone's heads, but so Padma Lakshmi. People coming from all sides, boy. Speaking of Freaks and Geeks, I was reading an article with a guy. Over the course of my career, I've been a real nerd about the business, knowing names of people who were running networks and managers and things like that. And there was a guy who used to run Fox named Garth Sear. And I don't know what he's doing now. I don't know if he's still in the business. He might be on staff at one of these streamers now. But been in the TV business for a long, long time. Garth Sear was the guy who I think he picked up Married with Children for Fox, but he was also the guy, because he had left NBC to go to Fox, he was also the guy who canceled Freaks and Geeks. And he said that to this day, that is his biggest regret. A guy who's been in television. He's been a television executive for 35 years. He's like, my biggest regret ever was canceling Freaks and Geeks.
Because look at...
After one season.
Yeah.
Now, hindsight's 20/20, and that's where your regrets come from.
But it had
right?
an audience, and it was on Saturday. Yes.
I thought that it got canceled because everybody is romanticizing it, but I thought nobody was watching it.
I mean, it was a show. It was a hour-long dramedy on Saturday, and it had a pretty good audience for that time.
Wow. Because I didn't watch it. I know that's one of those shows everybody is supposed to say they were super cool and watch it. I did not watch Freaks and Geeks.
I caught episodes when I could, but I mean, it was on Saturday, and it was year 2000. I was working as a pizza delivery driver, so I worked most Saturdays, or I was at shows or something. I had a lot going on. But I loved that show. And then when it came out on DVD, I bought the DVDs right away and just ate it up.
And it was one season, yeah? And everybody on that show pretty much got famous. I mean, went on to other things. Linda Cardellini and Jason Segel. And
everybody's had a pretty solid career.
Yeah.
Busy Phillips has done a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
You got a lot.
She's on Girls 5 Eva.
Yeah.
Funny show. Let me give you money here. It's your last chance today to grab $1,000 until tomorrow morning.
The dad just passed away from Freaks
Oh, yeah,
and Geeks.
Joe Flaherty.
Yeah.
Yeah, from SCTV.
And Happy Gilmore. And
Yep. I'd argue he was the least known out of that SCTV group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still had a very successful
career.
career.
Yeah, he was in all kinds of stuff.
I mean, he was a character actor for a long time, just we need a dad type or a kind of weird dude, and he nailed that.
Yeah. $1,000 here for you to do with whatever you want. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Yeah, Freaks and Geeks had 14 million viewers a week.
Wow.
On a Saturday, which is, I mean, that's
in 2000,
giant.
that's huge.
In 2000, that's huge. But right now, that'd be one of the number one TV shows around.
Yeah. Somebody texted me and blew my mind. Freddy Got Fingered is streaming on the Criterion channel.
Yes, somebody told me that too. Thank you.
It's on Disney Plus in Canada.
Ooh,
for our Canadian bureau chiefs. Yeah, our VPN, yeah.
And get that VPN. Look, it's like it's streaming in Northeast Ohio, too. Not that far from Canada, especially from my condo, right across the lake.
Yeah. Alan, you were talking about a window slamming shut in your Window Nation commercial. My friend's ex was killed by a falling window. Locked her keys inside, climbed through a window to get them, and the window fell on her neck and snapped it. Wow. An internal decapitation. She was a terrible person, but that's still a bad way to go.
Yeah.
Wow. Imagine that. I got to go in and get my keys because I'm like, that must be a hell of a window. Like those old houses with those just massively heavy windows. They found a murdered dolphin in Louisiana. We have a handful of bureau chiefs in Louisiana. I don't think we have anybody near Cameron Parish. They found it washed up on Mays Beach. This was a dolphin full of bullet holes. The feds are involved now trying to figure out what happened. But they did an autopsy on the dolphin's body, and they said that there were multiple bullets in its brain, spinal cord, and heart. They're offering a $20,000 reward. You could get two of them flamethrower dogs for that money. You find out who shot up this dolphin.
Right.
That's pretty wild. Here, I'll show you a photo if you're watching live.
Oh.
When they do the animal autopsy, there's part of the dolphin. This is from 2020, but, I mean, I guess they're trying to narrow down who did it. Imagine seeing a dolphin, because it was probably just something that was beached, and somebody walking by, and they just, pump it full of... my wife and daughter just swam with a dolphin.
Coming right for me.
Oh.
You don't know.
I felt like
dolphins are smart. You never know.
They're very smart.
They could have been a threat.
I felt like my life was in danger.
We also know dolphins are rapey.
Oh, you think that this was a person that was worried they were about to be sexually assaulted by the dolphin?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying I don't know what the motivation is. We don't know the whole story, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Imagine they had a good reason. They weren't just being some jerk off with a gun killing dolphins for no reason. Unless that's exactly what it was, which probably was that. But we don't know.
Well, it's $100,000 in fines if you get pinched, because the Marine Mammal Protection Act is a federal law, and it's a felony. It's a federal crime to do anything to marine mammals, including dolphins. Speaking of mammals, Megan Thee Stallion. I'm not sure what to make of this story. This cameraman is suing her because she forced him to watch her have sex with another woman. Are we to infer that he's a gay cameraman?
I mean, he is.
Because I can't imagine a straight guy getting mad. Now,
he's like a Christian guy that's like, hey, I don't like to do. I don't want to see this.
Right.
I don't want to have the best job ever.
He's accusing her of harassment and creating a toxic work environment. Now, those things can be true because you don't really want to watch your boss do that in a vehicle, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But Megan Thee Stallion is crazy hot, and I have to infer that he's gay because I don't know why you would file a lawsuit, even if you were like, I don't want to be here
but
for
I feel
this.
like even if you're if that's your job, like you're hired to be the cameraman and document what she's doing, and that's what happens. I don't know. I don't think. Does he have a case?
Emilio Garcia is her like cameraman, like her. He would run around and document her on the road and things like that. And his lawsuit says that he was trapped inside a moving vehicle with her in a foreign country with a whole bunch of other people. And right next to him, when they were going from point A to point B, she starts having sex with another woman in the van. And she asked him later on if he was in the van. There were the implication being there were so many people in this vehicle, she wasn't even sure if he was there. And when he said yes, she said, his words, don't ever discuss what you saw. And that she also berated and fat shamed him. And so he, now she's no skinny mini. And
Me laugh so
well, he started working for her as her personal cameraman in 2018, quit his day job a year later to be out with her full time, and worked for her until June of last year. Emilio Garcia. She says this is all nonsense. He's trying to get money from me. But he has filed what he says is a sexual harassment claim, and that she was different to him after this, and it made the work conditions no bueno. They were in Ibiza. They were in Ibiza, Spain. And they were in an SUV with a handful of other people, with Megan and 3 other women after a night out.
And they were just going.
And they were going ham on each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he said he was uncomfortable and shocked and right next to me, and he didn't like it. And she said later on, don't ever discuss what you saw.
And
she
well,
called.
if she should have got that NDA. She just said she was asking for a pinky swear when she needed some documents.
Well, it sounds like her pinky was otherwise engaged.
You think she was using all the fingers? I feel like rarely does the pinky get involved.
The whole finger?
Unless you're doing the shocker.
I don't know what she was doing.
This guy's not supposed to discuss it. And here he is telling.
He's
the
telling
whole world.
everybody.
I think discussing is one thing. Doing a lawsuit's a whole nother level of betrayal.
He said he felt degraded because she called him a fat bitch. Told him to spit his food out because you don't need to be eating. Now, he does have a point there. He's like, look, Megan Thee Stallion is online it's like Lizzo and those dancers that were like, she made fun of us. These are women who are publicly, part of their brand is being body positive, right? These aren't skinny girls. So they're out there promoting body positivity, which is a good thing. But if behind the scenes, it's like, fat bitch. So he is suing her. He said afterwards she went from paying him a monthly flat rate to like a per gig deal. He had to submit invoices for each assignment. Maybe he's mad at all the paperwork.
Oh, that's what would get me.
You'd file a lawsuit over
have
that.
sex with whoever you want.
Right.
I'm filming it. That's my job as a camera guy. But the amount of paperwork, I've had it up to here. I'm not doing it.
So he thinks that she retaliated against him because even before the lawsuit,
was he eating while filming? Like that's
I don't know.
That's not very professional because like you're gonna hear the chewing and stuff on the camera as like you want to hear. Like I'm a guy that likes the audio part of pornography.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone's filming and then you just hear someone munching on a hamburger and not what's not the roast beef. it's like, hey,
you're really throwing me off back here.
Quiet on set, bud.
Do you have to eat pad thai in the van?
Right. It's very unprofessional.
So, yeah, he's suing Megan Thee Stallion, and of course her representation says, we look forward to fighting this in court. Everybody looks forward to getting to court. We look forward to. So, yeah. And so after he lost his gig, obviously, that's the end of the line. You got to hang on to these gigs by your fingernails because you're not getting insurance. And, that's the way this country's set up. Lose your job, lose your insurance. But, again, the headline, the thing in lights is, I was forced to watch Megan Thee Stallion have sex with another woman. Wow.
Forced.
So it's got to be all of the stuff that happened after that, right? Getting less work with her.
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of taking it out on him and blah, blah, blah.
Calling him a fat bitch.
Calling him a fat bitch.
Quit
And
you fat bitch.
so it sounds to me like he's got a case. Yeah, she'll have to pay him something. But, man. But, again, my inference was that he was gay. Because I can't imagine, even if you think it's gross, you're out on the road with a pop star. I mean, I can't imagine a dude being like, oh, my God, can you believe it?
Also, like, if he's not gay, maybe he's just upset he didn't get called in from the bullpen when they're doing all that.
With the tap on the shoulder.
Yeah. See all that stuff happening. You want to participate a little bit.
Yeah.
You want to do something.
Alan, you're a hypocrite. So if a woman whined that it was two guys having sex and she had to watch, you'd assume she's a lesbian. No, because men and women are different. There is no woman who wants to watch two guys go at it. Plenty of guys wouldn't complain if there were... That's apples and oranges. It's completely different. Plenty of women to be like, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see two, I mean, yeah, Mary likes gay male porn, right? Didn't she like that?
Oh, yeah.
But not everybody. But a guy, if Bill or I were the cameraman from Megan Thee Stallion, we're like, what is she doing?
Not going to make it home tonight, babe. I'm working overtime.
Oh, man. She's over here getting fourth meal. I got to take a break. Hey, if you want to send a text, 35192, we got to dip out a little early because Guardians baseball is set for 6:10. They got that next go-round with the Boston Red Sox at Progressive Field. You will hear all of it here on MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. And now, a Buzzard Bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in court, always check behind the toilets for bribe money that hasn't been collected yet. And always be listening for those keywords to win $1,000. Up to 9 chances to play every weekday at 30 past the hour. Take the action from the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7
100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1.
Get the article in the New York Times from a few years ago in the real estate section or something I was reading about the bass player for AC/DC. He's gone now, I think. Oh, God. What was his name? Cliff Williams. He left AC/DC, and they have a new guy. But Cliff Williams had been, like, from the jump, their bass player. And this article about how he was selling his New York City penthouse apartment for like $24 million is what he wanted. And that was just one of his residences. And I'm like, this is the guy who played bass for AC/DC. He played the same 4 notes for 45 years. And he's like, I got to unload some property. My $24 million New York City penthouse. AC/DC is releasing their entire catalog on gold records. Limited edition gold-colored vinyl. A 9 LP box set that you can get now. Back in Black, Highway to Hell, The Razor's Edge. That's the one that had Thunderstruck on it. You know, they've had their ups and downs, but every one of their albums had big hits on it. So if you're an AC/DC fan, I mean, like, that was my son's first concert, was AC/DC.
It's a good first concert.
Yeah, like my father-in-law is a big AC/DC fan. So if you're an AC/DC fan, look for that. You can get the 9 LP.
What's that running for? What's the MSRP on that? Because it's going to probably cost close to what a car costs.
How much is that? It's, let me go to the AC/DC store and see what they want for it. You'll be able to get it at Walmart. 50 years of AC/DC. You can get the whole thing for
$50.
I mean, you can buy them individually, but you can also buy them together too. So, I don't know how much the whole thing is, but you can buy them individually.
I might buy some individual. I don't know.
I mean, some of these are Walmart exclusives, by the way, right? Like High Voltage, the gold-colored vinyl. It's $30. Just gold-colored vinyl, you know, but you can get the box set. You can buy them individually if you're an AC/DC fan. A lot of people texting me about that guy who's suing Megan Thee Stallion. A lot of people are of the mind that he's probably a married dude and his wife flipped out. I mean, that seems a little speculative. I don't know. Alan, tell Bill, audio-only porn is a thing, and it's great.
Oh, I'm aware.
Okay.
Yeah. I've dabbled it, but I like the audio and the visual together.
Mm-hmm.
But I've listened to some of that, but I like the visual too.
Right.
But I'm sure there are people they just want the, you listen to it and then you visualize. That might be something upsetting or really nice for Mary.
Yeah.
Depending on who she's visualizing.
I had I used to have this binder of CDs that I collected over the course of my career that I would use. Some of it was music, a lot of it was sound effects, just production pieces that I would use. And one of them was a CD that I probably got 20 years ago called Cyborgasm. And it was just audio only, or it was porn performers who had done these scenes or something for this CD. It was audio only. And it was wild. I don't even know if that thing is around. I don't think I have it anymore. But there's plenty of those kinds of things out there. People are looking for them. The NFL draft is tomorrow night?
Yep.
Wow. In Detroit, yeah?
Yep. Your Bears got the number 1 overall pick.
Caleb Williams, baby.
Caleb Williams.
Let's do something. Well, you know,
Ruin
my
his career.
My wife is a U of M fan, and so they're trying to figure out where that J.J. McCarthy is going to go. He's not even doing his senior year. He took the Wolverines all the way to the national championship.
Mm-hmm.
Some
people are just thinking they might trade
Broncos?
up and try and get him at 4. They're, I don't know.
Peyton Manning said he'd like to see him with the Broncos. Some people think that the Pats are going to grab him.
Well, why would the Broncos need a quarterback? They just traded for Zach Wilson. So they're all set.
Yeah.
They got him. Number 2 overall pick.
They got him from the Jets?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Tomorrow night, NFL Draft. Very exciting. Marvin Harrison Jr. out of Ohio State.
I think he's going to be the best player out of this draft.
They're thinking that he might go to Arizona.
Arizona?
Where my buddy Larry Fitzgerald played.
If he doesn't end up in Arizona, he might end up on the Chargers. Which
that's your team.
That'd be pretty good for
Bolt
the Chargers.
Up.
Yeah.
Bolt up, babe.
Bolt up.
All right, we got to go.
All right.
Guardians baseball is minutes away. Around the corner against the Bo Sox. That's what people in the know call them, the Bo Sox. Boston. What do you got coming up?
I'm going to be in Willoughby this Saturday. You can get tickets at BillSquire.com. It's an 8 p.m. show. Tickets are $20 in advance, $30 at the door. So I would advise you to get them in advance, save a few bucks. Garage Bar is a great place. They got good bar food, great drinks, hot bartenders. So come on out. BillSquire.com for those tickets, and I'll see you Saturday.
It's what Gab Cruz would want for her birthday.
It's what Gab Cruz would want. It's what everybody would want.
Yeah. All right, good. Comedian Joe Macchi is going to be in here on Friday. He's funny. Good to see him. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. Otherwise, we'll meet you back here tomorrow around 2. Anything you missed today, the program is available for you on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can watch it, if you like, at AlanCoxShow.com. Thanks to Gab Cruz for hanging out for a bit. Wish her a happy birthday if you see her online. Look at her feet. And that's all. I'm out there on your socials at Alan Cox Show. You need to hit me up for anything. Leave messages on the app. Want to do it that way? After hours line, you can drop voicemails. That is 216-986-8903. And that's it. Guardians baseball is next. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say.